Äänitesti, äänitesti. Kuuluuko linjoille? Kuuluu. Saliin kuuluu ilmeisesti myös. Hyvä, loistavaa.
Juu, kuuluu myös tänne hyvin tulkeille.
Jes, kokeillaan sama. Näyttää kuuluvan. Ei meillä vielä. Tervetuloa Aalto-yliopiston ylioppilaskunnan edustajiston
To the Aalto University Student Union Representative Council meeting 8, 2023. Thursday, 14th of December, and it's 5:19 p.m. Opening the meeting. Closing item 1, moving to item 2. Regarding the members and deputy members of the council who are unavailable, disqualified, ineligible, resigned, and present.
Kokouksen alkuun todetaan, ketkä ovat paikalla. Nimenhuudon suorittaa sihteerinä toimiva toiminnanjohtaja Antti Ilmavirta.
We will see who are present. Secretary General will perform the roll call.
Antti, ole hyvä.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja. Tän alkuun teknisenä huomiona muistutan, että
Thank you.
syötte niitä sämpylöitä, niin syökää ne
Technical note.
puolella.
Mind you, if you eat something here, please eat them in the hallway.
Huutakaa myös, jos tiedätte, että mainittu henkilö tai joku ryhmästänne mainitsematon henkilö on tulossa.
And for the roll call,
Niin saadaan
please let us know if you know that someone is coming in late.
Aallon kokoomus, Kurenniemi, Malkamäki, muita. Kiitos. Kem, Ollikainen, Tunkelo, Kovalainen, Anttila, kiitos. Paikat täynnä, hienoa. Vehkomäki. Hienoa nähdä näitä vanhoja edustajiston puheenjohtajakin täällä. Metsola.
Great to see so many previous chairs of the Representative Council here as well.
2 paikkaa, onko keneltä?
We have 3 representatives, but only 2 seats. Okay, from Skisma.
Suomella saapuu ilmeisesti. Mahtavaa.
I think Suomela just arrived.
Ajoissa. Sitten Luova, Soljanto, Saikku, Kanniainen. Kiitos, paikat täynnä. Skisma, Mäntylä. Myöhässä. Kalke. Muita teiltä? Pollari. Hyvä, hyvä. Sitten vihreämpi Aalto Robbins. Ripatti. Myöhässä. Pääkkönen. Palosuo. Palosuo poissa, selvä. Määttä. Malvikko. Muita teiltä? Anteeksi, toistatko? Mikkonen. Kiitos. Voltti, Filman. Ja Huttunen oli myös, niinkö? Ei, kun ehtikin paikalle jo. Hyvä. Tervetuloa. Teiltä muilta? Ei muita. Vuoga, Keskinisula. Holmström. Gustafsson. Tak. 28 plus myöhässä olevat, eli hyvä. Joku tuli tässä nimen
28 representatives plus those who will come in late. Yes, I think a few people also came in during the roll call.
Kiitos.
Thank you.
Wernerin lisäksi vielä joku myöhässä.
Is there anyone else who came in late during the roll call? Okay.
Hienoa, eli 29.
So then we have 29 representatives. Yes, 29 representatives present.
Puheoikeus kaikille.
Also grant the right to speak to all AYYE employees, OPS personnel, and the interpreters. And the right to be present and the right to speak are automatically granted to the executive director, financial director, the board, and the financial committee. And all members of the student union have the right to be present. Closing item 2, moving to item 3, recording the lawfulness and quorum of the meeting.
Sääntöjen mukaan edustajassa kokous on
According to our regulations, we have a quorum when there are at least 25 members of the representative council present and also the chair or vice chair of the representative council.
Kutsu on lähetetty 7 päivää.
The invitation has been sent 7 days prior to the meeting, and we have at least 25 representatives present. This means that we finally have a quorum.
Suljetaan kohta 3 ja
Closing item 3, moving to item 4. Electing 2 persons approving the minutes and 2 vote counters. So we will elect the deputies for both as well. And as before, I propose that those who approve the minutes will act as deputies to the vote counters and vice versa, which means that we will need 4 names. Opening discussion. Filman. Thank you. Yes, Filman is available as scrutinizer of the minutes.
Vehkamäki käytettävissä ääntenlaskeeksi, kiitos.
Vehkamäki is available as a vote counter.
Onko Määttä käytettävissä?
Määttä, are you available? Yes.
Käytettävissä. Toiseksi pöytäkirjan tarkistajaksi, kiitos.
For the second person approving the minutes, we need 1 more vote counter.
Pollari ei ole ollut äänessä vielä.
Pollari hasn't had a say yet.
Kiitos. Eli Pollari, toinen ääntenlaskija myös.
Yes, Pollari will be the second vote counter. Okay.
Päätän aiheesta keskustelun ja valitaan pöytäkirjan.
Close discussion. Filman and Määttä will approve the minutes. Deputies Vehkamäki and Pollari and vote counters are Vehkamäki and Pollari and the deputies are Filman and Määttä. Closing item 4, moving to item 5, approving the agenda.
On toimitettu teille.
The agenda has been sent to you with the invitation to the meeting. Does anyone have anything to add or comment on it?
Mikrofoni, kiitos. Tässä voi.
Yes, can we have the mic, please, over there?
Tunkelo Kem, niin täällä tämä kokouskohta.
Tunkelo from Kem.
Kokouksen päätösten vahvistaminen.
We have item 15, confirming decisions of the meeting 7/2023. We're thinking that should we have this item first, because it's related to the other items we will discuss today.
Siitä ei lähtökohtaisesti lähdetä avaamaan, mutta päätökset siis tässä vaiheessa olisi tarkoitus vaan nuijia.
We will just confirm the decisions. We will not talk about them. Yes.
Kiitos Tunkelo puheenvuorosta.
Thank you, Tunkelo, for the speech.
Muuttaa käsittelyjärjestystä, jos edustajista
We can change it so if the representative council wants that we will go through item 15 first. This is what we did also in the first meeting of the new representative council. But here the difference is that the preliminary discussion on the policy paper doesn't really affect the policy paper item in this meeting.
Ehkä itse en koe tarpeelliseksi.
I don't feel that it would be necessary to do that in the same way as did in a previous meeting, but if you feel it is necessary, then of course we can do that.
Oli esitys siis. Yes.
Varmaan äänestää tarvii, eikä me voida.
Tarvii vaan. Muutetaan käsittelyjärjestystä siinä vai?
Yeah, we can make this change.
Eli luvallanne tulkitsen esitystä ja kokouksen puheenjohtaja niin, että käsitellään kohta 5.
So yes, according to the proposal, we will move over item 15 to item 8. So after we have heard the latest news from the office.
Hyväksytään siis esityslistakokouksen.
Yes, so we will approve the agenda with this change.
Jälkeen.
That we will have item 15 after item 7. Closing item 5, moving to item 6, announcements.
Avaan aiheesta keskustelun sillä ilmoituksella, että
Opening discussion, and I will announce myself that we will have the after party for the meeting at the central office in the Reiluus room.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja Filma Voltti.
Thank you, Filma Voltti, to announce that will most likely not be in the Representative Council next year in the coming years, so I want to thank everyone for these years. Yes, thank you for your cooperation. Executive Director.
Kuinka monta vuotta sä ehdit olla lopulta?
How many years were you here so we can enter it into the minutes?
Voidaan tarkistaa.
We can check from the registers. But what I want to announce myself is I want to thank everyone for being here. It's great that we now have quorum.
Taksiporkkana oli toimiva kikkeri saada edustaa.
Good if this offering you a taxi was a good kicker for getting enough people here.
Kiitos herra puheenjohtaja, hyvä edustajisto. Haluaisin tässä kohtaa kiittää Kovanen yhtiötä, osakeyhtiötä siitä, että olen päässyt tänään teidän kanssanne tänne.
Thank Kovanen for the taxi company for being able to make it here today.
Kiitos. Päätän tähän puheenvuoroon aiheesta keskustelun ja kohdan.
And now closing discussion. And closing item 6 and moving to item 7, latest news from the office.
Hallitus, olkaa hyvät.
Kuulunkos mä? Nyt mä kuulun.
Can you hear me? Yes, great.
Todettiin tosiaan, että mä oon 2 vuotta istunut hallituksessa, mutta en ole vielä kertaakaan kuulumisia esitellyt. Niin
Just realized that I've been in the board for 2 years, but I haven't presented the news yet. So now's my turn, finally.
Ensimmäisenä tämmöinen lyhyt katsaus tämän vuoden toimintasuunnitelmaprojekteista.
So if you look at our plan of action projects,
ja tässä on niiden tämänhetkisiä statuksia.
we had 5. Here we can see their status. First we had fixing SharePoint. This has proven to be much more complex than we even dared to guess, but it's almost finished now. I think the final handover will be done in January.
Toisena projektina on ollut AYYE-nettisivujen uudistaminen.
The second project has been renewing AYYE's website. The structure of the new pages is ready, and we know who will make the pages, and this will be finished next year. We have been updating the policy paper, and as you know, parts 1 and 2 have been approved, and hopefully we can get part 3 approved today as well. So that would be a nice Christmas present. Those are the project of this survey of association, hobby, and one-time rental facilities.
Laajempi projekti, kun uskallettiin edes arvata.
This was a much more extensive project than we guessed, so we'll continue it next year. There's a fundraising for the student center. We now have applied for the permit for the fundraising and made contacts.
Ei tietenkään vuodessa ole valmis.
It's a huge project, so of course we can't get it finished in just 1 year. The administration and IT, some personal changes. Laura Jurvanen will return as AYY's advocacy specialist in January. A social policy expert. And Aleksi Silfer started his non-military service at AYYE. And Martti Ranta's service in this position will end in January as well. 2 days ago, we introduced pay trail payments in all of our rental facilities. So you can now pay for the rent of the facility immediately when you book it. There are some exceptions. For example, for associations, they can still do it via invoicing. So this mostly pertains to individuals. This also mentioned last time, but the association's websites are now closed from the OTAX server, and we will shut down the entire server in June. After which the sites left on the server can no longer be recovered. About housing and real estate, a lot of stuff here. Resident selection changes. The biggest challenges here are now behind us, and we have now also offered apartments according to ARA's urgency categories. We've had residence meetings a couple of weeks ago, and ASU's last meeting was this Monday. So thank you to all active residents for this year. Next year, the board will approve of these proposed rent increases. So for shared studios in Jämärän Taival and studio apartments, they will increase the rent, but no increases for other shared studios and larger apartments. We have new property service partners. Aton Oy doing cleaning, and Tapela Lämpö, which does maintenance and outdoor area work. And used the services since the start of December. We are going through this kind of orientation period time. At Otokari 15, we are preparing for advanced negotiations with building supervision, and we are preparing to submit a building permit. The project has progressed according to the target schedule. In regards to government investment grants and ARA interest subsidy applications, there are really no changes with that. About member services, the Tila, the facility calendar, will open this Friday, so tomorrow at 12 noon. So now it's open for everyone starting tomorrow. And this was already mentioned on a previous slide about using PayTrail to pay for the rental facilities. Then some operating hour changes. So the Takka Cabinet, Pelitila Pelimanni, and Vaasankatu Sauna have new opening hours, which you can see here. Also, the van's rental period was changed from, it was previously 12 hours from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m., but now it's from 12 noon to 12 noon, so 24 hours. And as a reminder that the service office and telephone service are closed during Christmas time, so from 22nd of December until the 2nd of January. Then for volunteers and community, volunteer recruitments are the biggest thing this year. Section chairs have been selected. Here you can see them. Also had this updating of AYY's art collection has also been underway. And we are now building the art exhibition and the opening of the exhibition at the museum early next year. Here you can see the photo of one of these pieces there. Then for communications, well, we communicate a lot about the volunteer recruitment. It's almost finished now. Then also created this statement on students' mental health.
Muita viestintäaiheita.
And other recent topics related to communications, well, the volunteers, new board, then the torchlight procession during Students' Independence Day, and also application to AYYE's art collection that I just mentioned. And also a reminder, the weekly newsletter will also have a Christmas break. For advocacy, we created this appeal for safe space and safe debate, that must be secured in the Aalto community when there's been more political activity on campus.
Halloped-haut on myöskin saatu päätökseen, viralliset päätökset.
And the final policy paper preparations and also student representative application process is also almost completed. And they've also been working on the framework for Nordic 5 tech cooperation. And from the board, we attended Hy's anniversary party. Then also board from 20 years ago also visited us. Was at annual balls for various associations, the Sylglögg event as well yesterday.
Joku Tarjakin oli eksynyt hallituksen kanssa.
And this Tarja named person also visited there. You see the photo. And here we are now wrapping up the year, doing archiving, preparing testaments and orientation for next year, and also finalizing various projects. Then we also have some recreational activities as well. For example, this air yoga that you can see in the photo. Then the things that have been on the board's agenda in our meetings and morning schools. We've gone through the policy paper, the strategic contract with City of Espoo, just not been approved. We've also gone through the minutes of the Teekkari Assembly and formed this Teekkari symbol or Teekkari insignia working group. Approved this appeal that I just mentioned at Safe Space related to political work. We've also gone through the applications for board members to the TTE fund. Some autumn scholarships as well. There's to invest in the Mandatum AM Private Debt 6 fund. And went through some strategic events. Also exited from World Student Capital Association. Selected section and committee chairs. And also proposed the people to the finance board for the RepCo, which we'll talk about today as well. Then discussed having phone booths at the office. Then the first discussion on the Halloped student representative nominations. And received one more application from an association, so this Megatroniikka-kerho. And last, we went through the interest rate on tertiary loans next year. Thank you, and if you have any questions, can answer them.
Kiitos Ollikainen, Kem.
Thank you, Ollikainen from Kem.
Kysymys tuosta World Student Capital erosta.
Question about this exiting from World Student Capital. Why? And what's the future of this association? This has been brought up a few times in the representation council meetings as well. I have discussed this all year. With the board, Ene has been the chair of this association, and we have discussed how to develop its operations, because it has been very challenging, because this kind of association forum is not the best possible format for a network like this. It puts a lot of workload on the members, causes too much unnecessary administration work that shouldn't be needed in a network like this. We started this discussion already in the spring and proposed to the other parties that should be dissolved the association and just continue as a network but we were pretty much alone in this sentiment. So the association will continue next year. I believe they elected a new board, but this frees up a lot of resources from us that we can do more municipal urban advocacy work. Also frees up resources and time from our board members and experts.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja Filma Voltti.
Thank you. Filma Voltti. Ask several questions at once. About related to pay trail.
Jos kuitenkin varauksen voi perua edelleen 14 päivää ennen sitä aikaa.
Why do they pay it right away? Because they can cancel the reservation for 14 days. Shouldn't be just like after this 14-day period this pay, rather than immediately when doing the booking. There are two significant reasons here. It reduces a lot of the manual labor we had to do at the office in sending invoices, because now when they're sent immediately, automatically via pay trail.
Niitä laskuja ei sitten makseta kuitenkaan, vaikka ne jälkikäteen lähetetään. Eli niin kuin...
There are also situations where people don't pay the invoices even though we sent them.
Kustannus, mikä siitä tulee.
We saw that this kind of a workload, the expenses, if we have to return some of the money for the cancelled bookings, it's a lot less work than what we have to do now. So it's kind of has less cons.
So if there's this kind of grassroots level event that people are organizing it, they don't have a lot of money to just pay it. Can it be negotiated with AYYE, or is it just something that you have to cough up the money when you do it? Well, what to answer? We don't really have any practices. You can always try to discuss. It's not like a thing, but starting that if you're an individual, you pay when you're reserving it, but if you're in our association register, you may have an invoice. So you don't have to pay all of your reservations all at once. Next up, has the board managed to develop what we've discussed before regarding 24/7 access to association spaces? Aalto, I narrowed it down previously. We want to develop the opportunity to have the 24-hour access. Has this been done? Yes, the microphone wasn't on for some reason. Thank you for the question. This is an issue that comes up once in a while. There are no simple solutions that have been found, but the work is continuing, and things we earlier approved in the policy paper, we are taking a stance on this thing that focuses also on the fact that will be something that will be worked by future boards. I just mentioned this new fund. How much money did we put into the fund, and how much income do we expect to get out of it? 1.3 we put into it, but Monica can maybe tell about the specifics. About the income expectations. Yes, we put a lot of money into the fund, so how much do we expect to get out of it? Is there kind of a commitment period before a cash out, or what kind of fund is this? And this is a fund, alternative fund, where we can't take money out once we've put money in. It's a commitment fund, so we won't put funds in once and just be done with it until X. The time will be about 7 years, point of the period of investing, and at no time will we have all the money in the fund. The expectation for returns, not sure how much we have. I'd say 10, around 10. So this isn't not kind of a low risk investment. Sounds a good attempt. Hopefully this will succeed. And last question mentioned these new phone booths. What does it cost?
Kuinka hyvä diili me saatiin. Ja
What was the deal? Did we get a good deal?
Joo, kiitos. Tämä on siis semmoinen asia, mitä...
Thank you. This is a thing that we have wished for years and years. If we'd have places to discuss at Keto, to have like spontaneous discussions and meetings without disturbing everyone. So as new, it's about 18,000 for one of those booths. So we're talking about 50% discount. The exact discussions are still ongoing, but we're trying to get an even better price, but a lot cheaper. I think we won't get a better deal from anywhere than this. Thank you. Now we're discussing large sums, hopefully. These are good.
Mitään muita vaihtoehtoja ei ollut niin kuin saada tätä ratkaisua, koska tämä on kuitenkin 20 tonnia.
It's about almost 20K that we spend, so I feel that it's a large amount, but thank you.
Kommentoin ehkä tuota rahaa vielä sen verran, että se, mitä todennäköisimmin tullaan tekemään niin poistojen kautta useammalle vuodelle, ja meillä on sinällään kyllä joka
We'll do outrights every year, and we have money for Keto's development every year, and we haven't even used all of it this year, so depreciations can be utilized as well. So it's not grotesquely kind of over-exaggerating the budget.
Muita puheenvuoropyyntöjä vielä?
Other requests?
Ei näytä olevan, joten suljen aiheesta.
No, it seems not. So closing discussions and moving to decide the agenda stating that Representative Council decided to record the latest news from the office. Closing item 7, moving on to item 8, the plan of item 15, which is confirming decisions on the meeting 7 out of 2023. Ilman verta presenting.
Kokouksessaan 7/2023. Kokouksen alun nimenhuudossa todettiin, ettei kokouksessa ollut läsnä sääntöjen edellyttämää 20.
So the rep code convened on its meeting of 7/23 on November 23rd. Conducting the roll call at the beginning of the meeting, it was noted that we did not have quorum. We decided that on the proposal of the chair of the RepCo that the meeting will still be held and the minutes of the meeting shall serve as a list of decisions to be confirmed at the next meeting of the Representative Council that has quorum.
Avaan aiheesta keskustelun tässä
Opening
vaiheessa.
discussion.
Niitä kysymyksiä tai keskustelupuheenvuoroja ei tule. Filman.
Voitko käydä läpi tämän päätöksineen nopeasti?
Can you go through the list of decisions quickly?
Kumpikin käy. Joo, mulla on se tässä näin.
Tuohon esityskoneella. On hyvä, kun tämä supattelu kuuluu aina silloin, jos ei laita
Funny that you can actually hear me murmuring online if I don't close the microphone.
Eli ei tarvi alkukohtaa käydä järjettelua enää. Kyllä, kiitos. Yes, aloitetaan kohdassa 7.
Closing item 7.
Kohdassa 7 edustajista päätti merkitä tiedoksi toimiston kuulumiset.
So on item
8
7 we decided to
edustajista hyväksyy liitteen 8 mukaisen linjapaperin
news from the central office. Then on the 8th, we didn't try to approve the policy paper. Item 9, the RepCo decided that places on record the preliminary discussion regarding, according to Appendix 9, about the policy paper, Appendix 3. In item 10, the RepCo decided that the RepCo will place on record the preliminary discussion on the budget and on the plan of action. That's it.
Mikäli muita puheenvuoropyyntöjä ei ole,
If there are no other requests for the floor, closing decisions and moving on to decide. The docket being that the RepCo decided to confirm the decisions of the Representative Council meeting 723 in accordance with the minutes serving as the list of decisions in Appendix 15. Decided. Closing item 15, moving on to item 8.
Vuodelle 2024.
Which is the plan of action for 2024.
Toimintaohjaava dokumentti. Edustajisto kävi toimintasuunnitelmasta lähetekeskustelun.
Hopefully open to the interpreter.
7/2020.
Plan of action is a document guiding the AYY's annual operations. The RepCo held preliminary debates on the plan of action and its meetings 6 and 7/23. The final draft of the plan of action largely corresponds to the version discussed at the meeting 7/23. Monika and Antti presenting, please.
PowerPoint avautuu.
Opening the PowerPoint.
Englanninkielinen.
Not the English document for some reason.
Sittenpä
Then,
kun saadaan noin vielä tonne ylös näkyviin.
that we get those up and running. Here we go.
Toimintasuunnitelma 2024.
Plan of action for 2024. No big changes in a sense that
käyn varsin tehokkaasti tämän läpi ja sitten toivon, että kysytte tarkennuksia.
so we will go through this pretty quickly and then hopefully I'll ask for clarifications. You have received this in your email in 3 languages. So the idea is that we will return the year before last's action plan with 3 themes under which we will have projects, and we will retain last year's exactness on the projects, having clear correspondence on who's in charge of it.
Automaatiojäsenyysselvitys, eli tämä valtion tapahtuuko automaatiossa.
Automation membership survey and its effects as a cross-cutting theme. So we'll take that into account pretty much in everything we do next year. This also has been taken into account already when applicable. Thus, if we need funds for surveys, etc., so we will have funds from the strategic funding portion to develop that project further. In association projects in 23, we will be continuing, like stated, the web page and that update. Web page update's actually going pretty well. SharePoint's going pretty well. Facility project not so good, but it's still progressing. And OPCES funding, even though it's not here, it's kind of more kind of an everyday thing, not just plan of action work. So
3 pääteemaa, yhdenvertainen ja inklusiivinen
3 main themes.
AY:n yhteisötoiminnan kehittäminen ja tulevaisuuden AY.
Board, which is equal and inclusive AYYE, AYY's community activity development and the AYYE of the future.
Keskeyttäkää myös, jos haluatte lukea nyt, mutta jos ette, niin mennään eteenpäin. Projektit.
Moving on. Projects, is Fielman had something.
Tämä pitäisi olla ihan sama kyllä, mikä teille on jaettu. Jaha, no, olisitte voinut aikaisemminkin hihkaista.
Maybe we have said it earlier.
Lähettänyt vähän väärän dokumentin, mutta lähetetään oikea jahka tästä päästä.
We'll send the correct document once we get. You're gonna have it on inside.
Eli menkää katsomaan sieltä, missä niiden pitäisikin
So
olla.
check it on
joka ilmeisesti tällä hetkellä on jopa pystyssä.
inside, which is up and running right now. Lots of appendixes and lots of documents. So my fumble there. It's on inside, which is correct, which is nice.
Mutta mennään eteenpäin.
Moving on.
Yhdenvertainen inklusiivinen AY.
We have equal and inclusive AYYE, equity plan, and clarifications of the equity plan in the parts where it's unfulfilled, not complete. Affects the office and the Aalto community. Broad scope. Especially we should special consideration given to the possibility for non-Finnish speakers to participate equally in the activities. For example, we have several non-native Finnish speakers, so we'll be equal for them, as to mention one example. So that's some of the stuff that we are looking into. Safer space principles, a safer space policy, updated, check that they're in use. Providing tools for associations that we do good papers ourselves is good for something, but if we come up with good ideas, that the fact that we need to share it to the community even better. And the student union has the muscle to organize trainings that not just a single association might not have the capability to do. And that we hear good practices from other student unions, that if something has been done well somewhere else, we can share the love and the information. Development of AYY's community activities, alumni activities at AYYE have been, so Blinnikko Keskifrontti are coming into the meeting. Can you write them into the minutes? Send it to me somewhere. Instant messenger. So alumni activities, we will clarify what we want with alumni activities. And in this case, meaning AYYs, kind of retirees. Development of our tutor activities has already been undertaken. Development project has been started, but finishing that was something that was raised as a point, that it can really get the resources it needs. Our aim is that the university would pay for everything, but if not, we'd rather do good tutor activities nevertheless, rather than just rely on the fact that the university pays, and when it's raised here, it enables diverting funding to it. Also, acknowledgements update. We have individuals who have promised themselves to develop this. People who have worked with acknowledgements before. Can actually, Ida spoke about this earlier.
Kuinka monta AYY-virkavuotta sinulla on, niin sillä perusteella.
Just updating rather than just handing pins to people with X years when they happen to be somebody's friends in some committee, kind of said this kind of in a crass manner. Developing that, so. The evaluation of plan for the development of community structures report, we did this before COVID. So we'll evaluate that and look what parts need to be updated, what can be implemented as is, then we'll implement them. AYYE of the future, updating the strategy, taking into account what you said a few meetings ago, that the current strategy is quite good. Let's leave with the new board the opportunity to update it if they want to update something.
Jäsenkysely toteutetaan ensi vuonna uudestaan.
Member survey will be taken next year. Previous ones in 2018 and 2020. Conducting a new member survey, asking what do they value, what do our members value, how do they feel about our activities, our services. We can develop them to reflect the needs of the members. Corporate cooperation, currently quite small, focused on supporting our event activities. So defining what's the scope in which we will want to do corporate cooperation, or do we want to actually develop it? And if we want to develop it, how, when, and where, to what direction?
kestävän kehityksen ohjeistuksen päivittäminen.
Sustainable development guidelines update on sustainability. Quite specific write-ups on what kind of Sweden ferries should we use when going on ferry cruises, and so maybe we could update it to reflect the current state of the land.
Sitten asuntotoiminnan projektit.
Then housing projects.
Kiitos. Iltaa.
Thank you. Good evening, dear Representative Council. Housing projects have not been divided in accordance with strategic projects, but they are very much according with the strategy. We haven't developed these since their preliminary debate, but we are actually going with the same slides. Housing projects own website is something that we want to do, and it's important to take into account tenant friendliness in the web pages, applicant friendliness. So clearly and visibly redirecting users to the site. Hopefully the movement to the pages, not moving to second pages, but actually for our tenants, it will be seen that if they want information for our housing, it's important that they receive the information promptly. Then we have development of resident-oriented contact processes together with new property service providers. Ida talked about our new service providers, and they have been brought to you. The processes are being developed, but it's a large task to get our new practices implemented to the office, and it's important to get these new service providers that have been chosen, and then with these competitive tenderings, we'll get these changes up and running. So tenant friendliness is key. Data bank and archiving has been something that's been in the projects. It has been and still is in AYY's tasks. It's a large project with the development, but with housing activities, we are projectizing it to be more housing focused. New systems will make things easier. In practical matters, what we've gone through here, so we know what kind of data storage system will we be using.
Ja tosiaan vahinkokorjausprosessin
development of repair processes together with the new service providers. It is own project, which will start with a competitive tendering with other parties that provide the services. Usually water damage is the kind of the worst thing. So if that as a process doesn't go quickly, then that's the people who are most unsatisfied, and for a good reason. So here we've seen that we need to develop things further. Full implementation of the service manual with the new service providers, linking with the previous item. It's easier to get things done, that we have the company that will do the renovations, that will get the information and get the further services, and the process will be further developed. Otakar 15, taking it from the drawing board and put it into tendering. Hopefully we'll get competitive tenderings. The project has developed nicely. The goal is to get the funding. This is being challenged by the our investment systems and ARA processes. We will get to competitive tendering soon and see how to move from there. Let's be positive about this. Järviniemi first renovation site in Serviniemi. Moving on to implementation planning has been already presented to ARA. They feel that this is a very good project pertaining to the previous investment support issue that now that it's hard to get support, this timetable will be defined by ARA and this supports. But we will be developing this, which is a large project, both financially and also for our whole real estate business.
Ja se, että siitä saadaan ARA-rahoitus.
And the Jämärän 1 project of shared studio alteration, to get the ARA implementation, it needs that we will start to move to planning, and we need to find out the scope of the project. We talk about projectization, or the project manager who would be developing this projecting. With these current resources, taking these onto the planning stage is very challenging. Quota agreement with the university for exchange student housing and reform of the exchange student application process. Preliminary discussions and tendering with the university have been undertaken. Implementation of property-specific strategies in the sales portfolio.
Vielä sitten projekteina. Kokonaisuutena meillä ei näissä projekteissa tule olemaan vastuuhenkilöitä.
And we will not have people from the board as correspondents in the project, but board members will be kept in the loop.
Ja sitten meillä on jatkuvia
Then we have continuing projects and resourcing.
Eli tuosta hankepäälliköstä
So
kerroinkin.
I talked about the project manager, and then we have some items which are on the board which will be continuing next year because they were linked to, for example, the SharePoint projects which concern all of AYYE and our mass communication tools and projects for this year.
Investointiohjelman luonnoksen päivitys huomioiden käteen jäänyt myyntisalkku on.
We also have the function. Hiring a project manager is essential for implementing the ARA projects.
Avainaiheesta keskustelua.
Opening discussions. Filman.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja Filman Votti. Mulla olisi...
Thank you. I would have 2 questions. Can I take both?
Tuolla oli tämä yhdistykselle tarjottava tuki.
If the association support mentioned.
Kun nyt Otax on poistunut ja
now that Otax has been removed,
oikeastaan vaan sanoa, että laittakaa se sinne.
It's been said like put it to Louhi, and many IT people were quite differentiating in opinion. Does it mean that in the future we have technical consulting to associations on how to implement these? And will this be visible in our operational grants for associations that are paying for these services?
Tässä nimenomaisessa projektissa puhutaan
here in the project we're talking about the equity and equality tools and support. They don't have to do with these things that you mentioned. Will it be seen somehow in our activities, these topics?
Ensi vuoden toimijoiden puolesta uskalla vastata, mutta ajatus...
I can't say for next year's active, but the idea is not to just broaden our technical support for association, but focus on our...
Mitä tulee yhdistysavustuksiin, niin ne on siellä talousarvion puolella budjetoitu saman suuruisesti.
Activities, they have been budgeted similarly, that have been done earlier, so...
Mutta ei myöskään leikkauksia toisin kuin...
So no additions or cutbacks that have been, we did lots of cutbacks last year for association supports. There are no requirement for this next year.
Koska aikaisemmin kuitenkin puhuttiin siitä, että näitä
we previously discussed that this will be compensated.
Kiinteistöpuolelle HOASilla on käytössä tämmöiset talon huoltohenkilöt.
HOAS is having these specific personnel that can be easily contacted. Part of this could be something that could be coming for us.
Helppoa saavutettavuutta ja inhimillisyyttä siihen huoltotoimenpiteisiin.
No tämmöinen ei ollut meillä ainakaan Tapiolan lämmöllä.
Accessibility. We didn't discuss with Tapiolan lämpö. Not a bad idea necessarily.
Saamaan hyvien
We
puhelinpalveluiden
try to get the accessibility to go through ticketing and good phone services that can be monitored.
vikailmoituksen antaja. Meillä on sinänsä aika hyvä tilanne, että meillä
We have a good situation in itself that we have full-time individuals on Otaniemi side, but in our Helsinki targets, we shared these with other buildings. So this couldn't happen anywhere else than Otaniemi. Thank you.
Kiitos herra puheenjohtaja Vehkomäki-Luja.
Thank you, Chairperson Vehkomäki-Luja. Can we get the slide where we talked about the exchange ship? Can you open this up a bit? We were discussing that quota agreement with the university for exchange student housing. So can you open what kind of model is this that we're talking about? Currently, the aim is that we will support a model that other similar activities have with universities. Back in the day, AYYE had a quota with the university. It's not clear on why we've actually given it up on AYYE's part. What we want to avoid in the future is that if for exchange students they can get an apartment, then if this person could not enter Finland for some reason, or that they don't want to come to Finland, or they won't accept the apartment, we're in a challenging situation. We have challenging situations with our exchange students, so that we will find out that, oh, they're not coming, and then we can't get these people who are not coming after all. So this kind of situation, the risk has been minimized with these quotas. So with quotas, the university will bear the brunt of the financial detriment is carried by the university. So I know that HOAS might have that, so that the university will buy this service, will pay for X flats, even though they would be empty, they will pay for the rents. What kind of a quota are we talking about in terms of numbers? Currently, this evaluation is still undergoing. We want to ensure that it is correctly measured, and the university has already asked this of us. This is why the negotiations are not concretized before we are sure that this is AYY's point of view. From AYY's point of view, acceptable. The quotas are filled, as far as I understand, with student housing actives, but we want to focus that it's not away from decreased students. Filman. Thank you, Chairperson. These houses, what do we discuss in terms of buildings? But, we are getting these free rental retainers. Couldn't they be used to cover these costs? So I understand that. What kind of loss in rent have we experienced?
Suurimmassa osassa kyllä me ollaan loppujen lopuksi saatu.
In most cases we have with lots of work, we have managed to cover the costs. The sad part is that the house or the flat will be empty. So our processes have been so that you only have to pay the retainer when you pay the first amount of rent. So in the future, this from the tenant where we can get the retainer. We will move to a similar model that, for example, HOAS has, that when you approve the agreement, you have to already pay, you have to have paid the retainer. You won't get the flat before you've paid the retainer. So where would these flats be? We have not decided this yet. Thank you.
Vuoropyyntöjä vielä.
Noin, nyt kuuluu myös linjoille. Jatketaan
Yes, now you should hear me.
joka tuohon edelliseenkin linkittyy, eli talous.
Let's continue with the next item, connected to the previous one, which is the budget. First tell you a bit about the process, then we can look at the actual figures. It's not always that easy to try to decipher them.
Tässä puhutaan tästä järjestötoiminnan budjetoinnista, eli niin kuin pääasiassa mun puolen.
Talking about this
jos mietitään, että mitkä kuuluu toiminnan
budget for the associations is mostly my responsibility. So more the student unions activities, not so much the housing activities. And the way this process went is that
kuluneen vuoden budjettia ja ihan ensimmäisen
we looked at this year's budget, and first we looked at the development of the personnel costs, because we can predict that quite easily. We know that there will be salary increases next year, so 7%, which is quite a lot.
Niin siitä voi aika pienellä matematiikalla laskea.
These salary expenses are about $1 million, so
on tullut aika paljon lisää tälle vuodelle.
and if you really don't do anything more, the expenses still increase.
Käytiin talousjohtokunnassa katsomassa tai keskustelemassa noista
Then we also discussed with the financial board about the development of our investments and their proposal of how much from our investment funds can we take money from this year. Their proposal was that in order for it to be in a healthy foundation, that would be 550,000 euros, which is 50,000 euros less than last year. So this was kind of the starting point for making the budget. We succeeded quite well in the end
millekään sektorille ei tarvitse
in deciding on a framework that doesn't result in any particularly nasty cuts for any of the sectors. We are still predicting that our number of members will increase slightly, and we also propose this increase to the membership fee of €2. So bring in about 70,000 euros, covering most of the increases in personal expenses. Then we also made some other arrangements.
Omaisuuden mukaan, ja mitä ne muut järjestelyt on, niin ne on siis lähinnä sitä,
to find the money not covered by the investment funds. So we have association activities and then we have housing activities.
enemmän tai vähemmän ristiin, niin että esimerkiksi mä
And the employees overlap somewhat. So for example, Monika is employed in these association activities, but Monika mostly does housing things. And for me, some part of my salary is also allocated under housing operations. There have been some changes that have happened in recent years. For example, our communication specialist, which previously was kind of under my supervision,
siirtynyt kokonaan asuntotoiminnalle ja me ollaan korvattu se.
But now that person has been transferred over to the housing operations. And we have replaced these communication resources with other solutions on my side. We also made the change that facility and member services were transferred over from Minna Merensilta to me, which also means that Minna's salary was transferred all the way over to the housing side. I just mentioned these because this kind of shows how these allocations have changed. This also made it possible to lighten the cost structure for association activities, that we didn't have to do any particularly big cuts.
Tai merkittävästi kutistettaisiin toimintaa.
Especially when you at the board had wished so that we wouldn't increase or decrease our operations significantly. The price level has increased a lot during this and last year, and for many of these items of expense, we still had to have the same kind of framework as last year, which de facto means that within this item of expense, we had to make accommodations because the expenses have increased. There's been a shared understanding between us that we have the same amount of money to use, but you get less value out for the same amount of money here. And for the facilities side, for example, these rental facilities and association facilities, there's budgeted as much money now as last year, which means that we have to make savings in that sector. For example, when we look at how much the cost of cleaning services has increased in recent years. So even though the numbers are the same, we still have to make some accommodations and perhaps cuts.
Sektorin perustoimintaa.
But also we make sure that it doesn't kind of endanger the basic functions of the sector in question. But Monica, if you don't have anything to add, then maybe we can move on to the figures, to the numbers.
Yes. Kiitos Antille alustuksesta. Helpompi
yes,
tätä
thank you, Antti. It's easier now to go through them after this introduction.
Tosiaan 70 000 muodostuu jäsenmäärän kasvusta ja 2 euron
70,000 euros increase because increased members and increased membership fee, an increase of 2 euros. Here we can see the budget proposal and this year's budget, and you'll also see the realized figures. And it also shows the realized figures for the first 9 months this year.
Jäsenmäärä kasvu näkyy tuossa, että me budjetoitiin mun mielestä aika optimistisesti jäsenmaksut.
We are quite optimistic in this budgeting when it comes to membership fees and number of members last year. But it would seem that our number of members has increased even more than what we optimistically predicted. Of course, when the number of members increases, our expenses also increase somewhat.
Ennen sisäisiä siirtoja.
Here we can see the net expenses before our internal transfers, internal allocation, about 2.7 million euros on the annual level. The budget is a bit smaller next year than this year, which is because we move some of the salaries to AYYE Palvelu Oy, which is not included here, so more to the housing side. And when talking about budgeting, we will approve the budget for housing activity. DOM has developed as a system with this category model reform, but a bit afraid last year what the realized figures will look like. inflation was running rampant, but we have stayed within the budget surprisingly well.
Lopputulema on lähelle budjettia. Sitten voidaan mennä.
The end result will be actually very close to the budget for this year. Here we get the net costs for each sector after the administrative charges.
Budjetti siirretään.
Along the separation for member services, it's now here under administration. That's why the administration sector is larger next year.
Muuten kovin isoja muutoksia ei ole sektoreille.
But really no other major changes here.
Palkkakulut on ne,
and you will also see that salary expenses have increased.
Mitä edellisenä vuonna on muihin kuluihin budjetoitu.
Otherwise, we can use that money that we have budgeted for other expenses.
1% enemmän kokonaisuudelle hallintovelvoitusten jälkeen korotusta ja
so a 0.9 increase after the administrative charges when compared to 2023. Because then we had to do some cuts in the sectors.
Palkat ja palkkiot.
Here we can see the personal costs, the salaries.
Tälle vuodelle budjetti ja
with this year's budget and allocated over to AY-palvelut. But otherwise pretty much the same budget when it comes to purchases and purchased services especially. 2.7 million euros. I will not go through each sector in detail if you don't want me to about that, but we need to have that in order to make our action plan processes move forward. And then the internal charges from the housing sector increase.
Ja reilu 700 000 budjetti hallintopuolelle.
A bit over 700,000 euros total. This is just not administration. It also includes, for example, IT services, which serves everyone at the office. Well, the services serve the whole AYYE.
HR-palveluita ja IT-palveluita ja muuta sitten velotetaan könttäsummana. Muuten voisi ajatella, että 700 000 pelkkään hallintoon on.
Because if 700,000 euros just for administrative costs would be quite high, but practically this is not just administrative costs. Then the reserves for strategic projects, maybe we could have a more descriptive name. Because it's the allocation for action plan projects. It's a significant sum, but the idea here is that we wouldn't lock down yet that which project they will be used for. So it can be used for projects when we see a need for that. The allocation here is quite big, so we should be able to carry through all of the projects, even if they require more personal resources, for example. But yes, moving on.
Vaikka tosiaan johtoryhmä käsittelee nämä koko AY:tä koskevia toimintasuunnitelmia.
Yes, the action plans concerning the entire AYYE community. And fortunately, the housing activity projects do not need to be funded from this side, from the association side.
Sitten tässä on tiimejä, joissa on hyvin pieniä muutoksia.
Then there are some teams with very small changes. Advocacy almost the same as this year, the budget.
Toteuma on budjettiin nähden prosenttia miinuksella, eli niin kuin ei ole mitään leikkauksia niin sanotusti tuolla, tai ollut, vaan johtuu
And there have been cuts here, but it's
korjataan edellisen vuoden budjettia.
So we have to kind of fix the last year's budget in part here as well. Then for community activities, do you want to mention something special, Antti?
Ne pätee ehkä tähän sektoriin kaikkein voimakkaammin, eli toimintaa saa kyllä...
This pertains the most to this sector, that we can whatever the activities within the sector with the money they have, but I really can't promise any more money. But here we can see in the community personal costs, community projects, that's money away from that particular sector.
Silti budjetoinnissa osoitettu, että siellä tässä ehkä suoraan näkyy toi niinku henkilöstö.
Even if something is not written down as an action plan project, there's still money for that if you decided on it.
Henkilöstön velotusta on esimerkiksi kääntäjistä ja muusta yleisen viestinnän asioista.
Yes, for communications.
Vuokraustoiminta. Tämä tosi
rental of facilities.
Näppieni alla sitten ensi vuonna kokonaisuudessaan. Ja
I'll be in charge of these rental activities next year. This is a very goal-oriented budget. But the realized figures should be a bit better at the end of the year. But yes, at the end of the September we used up the entire year's budget already.
Että ensi vuonna päästään näihin lukuihin, niin se
there are other sectors that compensate for it.
Tarpeellisuutta ja nyt siihen on paljon paremmat mahdollisuudet, kun se hallinto on keskitetty suoraan mun alaisuuteen.
Joo, ja mä katsoin justiin, että mikä oli marraskuun lopun.
Just checked situation at the end of November.
Tuossa nyt näkyykin, että 9 kuukaudelle oli budjetoitu enemmän kuin mitä koko
But we have budgeted for more for 9 months than for the entire year. Rest of the year. Fortunately, we get some money from these one-time rental facilities, especially in December.
Tavoitteellinen budjetti viime
This was a very target-oriented budget last year.
Hyvä, että ei tätä pahemmalta.
Ja sen palvelut tosiaan keskitettiin tämä kustannuspaikka kokonaan sinne hallinnon alle sen takia, että sinne näiden meidän muutosten jälkeen jäi.
We allocated member services under administration, so that we had the salary expenses of one person. So it started to be kind of too easy to see a single person's salary when there's just one or two people entered into the salary expenses. But personal costs for finance and housing, here's the most significant increase to the budget between 2023 and 2024. We are not increasing our personal resources.
Asumisneuvojien palkkaa saatiin ja päästiin ja piti korottaa.
But rather we increased the salary of our housing advisors. That's why there's such a big increase here. On top of these, of course, the normal collective agreement increases the salary. And also Minna Merensilta's salaries here, allocated here as well. So that's a change here too. Otherwise budgeted the other costs pretty much the same as this year. It's very challenging, this package here.
Ihan muutenkin taloustoiminnan puolella,
but for financial activities, the expenses are significant, especially because of these very much necessary system updates. So we can continue to work with these resources also in the future. Then the internal charges will also increase.
AY-palvelu Oy:n budjetti tulee olemaan merkittävästi kyllä isompi, mutta tällä niin kuin järjestötoiminnan puolella niin kokonaisuus.
For association side, the increase is very minimal.
Kun tänä vuonna, koska tämä rakennemuutos tehtiin.
Because of this structural change.
Se oli siinä.
Yes, and that was it. Request for the floor.
Kiitos arvon puheenjohtaja, hyvä edustajisto.
Yes, thank you. It's great to see that the financial board has gone back to this responsible direction and decreased the investment framework back to the normal level, but what's not that great to see,
kovia vaikeita aikoja, niin hallitus
we're living tough times.
sopeuttaisi ylioppilaskunnan toimintaa.
So instead of the board adjusting our expenses to the changed operating environment,
Lemppari lypsylehmänsä puoleen. Eli
we rather take the money from the place where they usually want to take the money from the students. I would have liked to see that the membership fees would have stayed the same or decreased. But
opiskelijan utareita ja lypsävät.
The student union wants to take even the last money away from the students. They have nothing left. I'm very much disappointed.
Kiitos graafisesta puheenvuorosta.
Thank you for this very graphic speech in Finnish. That was not properly conveyed in English.
Eivät ole kovin karvaiset, mutta voin kommentoida silti.
Comment on this.
Tämä ei ollut toki helppo tai kiva päätös ja toki oltaisiin.
This wasn't an easy or nice decision to make. Of course, we would have decided to do something else, but this was based on the preliminary debate we had with the Representative Council, where the majority thought that a moderate increase would be possible in order to avoid these very bad cutbacks.
Oli samanlainen.
I understand that the consensus was this.
Mulla on tuossa siihen jäsenmaksukohtaan on myös graafi tuosta jäsenmaksun kehityksestä. Se on kehittynyt siis hitaammin kuin
This membership fee has, when we look at the graph, it has developed or increased at a slower rate than the overall increase in expenses and inflation. So actually we have not increased it that much as we should have when it comes to the purchase power.
Mukavaa, että näin ei olisi.
But still, of course, it would have been nice if we didn't have to do this.
Laita äänettömälle se puhelin. Niin. Todettiin kuitenkin, että tämä oli se pienin paha näistä.
So we saw that this was the least of two evils. Debatti from vihreämpi Aalto. Thank you, nice to be here. Short comment to Kureniemes great speech.
Rohkeasti sinne jäsenmaksuihin, sieltä saa lisää rahaa.
A tip to the board, just take more money from students. We can use it to cover the expenses. I recommend doing that also in the future. Also a question to the executive director. In 2019, Technical Academies Tech decided to give 30,000 euros to AYYE to develop its operations. And then we asked them that what they want us to do with the money. And people said that lighting and better sound system to Smökki. But then COVID hit and we didn't do that project. And in 2022, the board decided, very saddened, not to invest money in this, but rather use the money to buy chairs for Smökki. And I believe that I compelled the executive director back then to keep this in mind. So now, a year after when I'm here, I'd like to ask if you have remembered this 30,000 euro budget for the sound system and lighting in Smökki, or will you just do it sometime later in the future?
Jos tähän sopii vastata, niin Smökki on kiinteistönä noin yleisesti aika haastava sen kulun.
Smökki is quite challenging when it comes to the cost structure, and we need to do something about that. in any case. So maybe not just a lighting and sound system. To consider other changes as well.
Kuulin jotain huhua ihan viime päiviltä, että siellä on saattanut mennä rikki jotain sellaista ääneen
liittyen. I heard that maybe something also broke down related to the sound system, which means that we have to make some purchases. Anyway.
Mutta niin kun ei ole unohtunut siinä mielessä, etteikö
But we have not forgotten about it, because we are very much aware that it needs development, but it's difficult to find the funds for that. But it's on the list in our investment program. Because tens of thousands of euros are not enough when we actually start making improvements there.
Jeps, ja täydentääkseni vielä tässä...
Yes, I want to fill in that.
Tätä kohtaa ennen käsiteltiin tosiaan toimintasuunnitelmaa ensi vuodelle, jossa oli mainittu...
Through the action plan before this item, where we mentioned that we will continue with the facilities project next year, which also includes looking at the condition and development needs for various facilities. So we will take that into account here. And Monica. Yes, I think it's very close to many people's hearts, this topic. And I want to fill in by saying that this, looking at the condition of facilities, that we need to do it for pretty much all of our property stock. The reason why it's not explicitly stated in the action plan is that we also have so much work to do in the housing side. But we will do this our own investment plan next year that we have to re-examine when we could not sell this certain portfolio. But yes, a couple of 20,000 euros, for example, is not that big amount of money. We need much more to actually improve it, and also other facilities. But we cannot move forward without actually looking at the technical condition of Spökki.
Otetaan kysymys kerralla.
Ilman Vehkamäki and Pollari take one question at a time. Ilman first. To Kurenniemi's the comment that Sol tore his soul apart, I'd like to state that I feel like the students have enough money, which means that we may use that money to cover some of our costs and to take care of the future as well. I could actually see that we could, instead of 2 euros, we should increase by 12.
Sen sijaan, että nämä rahat ylioppilaskunnalle olisivat suoraan käyttöön, sidottaisiin nämä.
We could actually use this for the student union directly, but rather
sanotaan vaikka 15 vuoden
would use that for
koronkeräystilille tai
15-year investment.
Näin pystytään varmistautumaan.
That would ensure that hopefully membership removal is impending. That we may create investment funds for the student union, that in 100 years we wouldn't have to actually ask for any membership fees. I think that this cost mentioned to students is quite small, and this can be actually applied if you're if you don't have a lot of fund, you can search for subsistence support. So the cost to students are not that great, but its benefits to the representative council would be, actually the student union would be large. If I could form a question here at the end, we talk about the rental budget. We talk about facilities of associations. For some parts which were a bit unclear to me. talk about 922 is plus 14,000 euros, but then on the red we have this year's similar time, but budget is marked as 0. Can you maybe explain a bit what is the thing here? Yes, so this doesn't come from a system, so I already stated earlier that asked for a checkup because we had some numbers which have been replaced, but somebody had checked this, so
vedetty tähän Exceliin ja Power.
Yeah, this Excel PowerPoint slides, so sorry that these are, if the percentages are odd, the numbers are good. There might have been a situation where
meidän raportointipuolella.
Something that has been changed on the reporting side.
Yksi kysymys kerralla. Eli siirrytään eteenpäin.
Se liittyy tähän.
Okei, siinä vaiheessa.
Question at the time has to do with this. So there is a plus 14,000, but for this year it was minus 15,000.
Sorry, mä luulen, että puhuit tuossa prosentista. Joo,
sorry, you're talking about percentages again. So yes, it seems like we've had in 22, we've had the result in the invoicing has been so that they have written up the income for the entire year. Can't say. Because I'm kind of trying to doing these reporting things. I thought it was kind of a percentage error, but it seems to be a reporting related choice.
Kiitos herra puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, Chairperson. I want to take a stance on the membership fees, but rather I'd like to give my recommendations that the student union has actually understood that the best way to eat cheese is not a cheese grater, but a cheese knife. There's these changes in the association grants, which I feel is a good change. So good savings made on those. Thank you. Paul.
Yes, Polri, skisma. Ehkä tähän vielä.
Maybe for this, to the first thing, as a comment.
Joo, tällä vuositasolla tietysti tehdään budjettia.
On a yearly level, we are making this budget, of course, but AYYE would have a very good that we would have a kind of a longer strategy on how do we operate if some part of the member base disappears, or if only one part is paying. On a long-term plan, as a comment that when I have been a member of AYYE, the service level has gone worse, but at the same time, the staff amounts have gone up. So what's being done differently that we could actually dare to think about things from a different perspective, dare to rethink items? Fielman had a radical idea, but it was actually a proposal for change. I can actually second Fielman's proposal for change about this €12 increase.
Kiitos.
Maybe the handling technical wise, we are discussing the numbers of the financial review. For the next item, you may ask for larger increases to the membership fee and their utilization. Mentioning why €2? €2 because that was the sum which enabled us to balance this budget with the smallest possible number. Less than this, we would have had to go with Vehkamäki's cheese knife and maybe go to a sector and cut more on services.
Enemmän, niin sitten oltaisiin taas menty sitä vastaan, kun edustajiston tahtotila aikaisemmin.
We would have gone against the Repco's will of not increasing our activities by increasing the membership fee. In the next item, you may, of course, request for larger increases to the membership fee. I had something else as well, but I'll probably remember it. Yes, maybe to Pollari. I've been executive director for a year and a half. You've been an active longer than me. We don't have to have the discussion now, but I'd like to hear your thoughts on how the service level has gone down and what could be the issues that could be rectified. This, of course, pertains to everyone, so I can take your good comments how it was better earlier.
Kiitos. Muita puheenvuoropyyntöjä vielä?
Thank you. Any other requests for the floor?
Ja Korenniemi sen jälkeen.
Joo, kiitos. Ehkä Takivan puheenjohtaja voisi tässä vielä lyhyen puheenvuoron.
Takiva chair, I could maybe talk about the process.
Talous- ja kiinteistövaliokunnan maanantain kokouksessa.
Talked in the Monday meeting
sekä hallituksen jäsenten että
and with the board members, and we agreed with the financial director also that the budget time frame this year didn't really go to plan. And here it's good to agree together that the Repco got this material at the last minute and the board got the decision at the last minute. So it didn't really give good actual opportunities for affecting things because we didn't have a chairperson's meeting this weekend.
Toki korreloi sen yleisen kuvan tämän nykyisen edustajiston loppukauden aktiivisuudesta.
It correlates with how the active the Repco has been at the end of the year. No, if we would have had lots of comments even though, but we're talking about pretty much kind of core things.
Kiinnitimme huomiota siihen, että tästä on hyvä varmistaa, että se talousarvioaikataulu
wanted to ensure that
itselleen tutustuttavaksi myöskin ihan tällaisen
that the Repco could get the material early enough.
Mielestäni henkilökohtainen mielipide on, että tämä toteuma,
but I feel that the result that we got,
se materiaali, mitä Takiva pyysi,
that also what Takiva asked about increasing the membership fee, that Takiva asked that thank you that you gave it to us. That, at the same time that we have had a 10% increase in membership fee, we've had also a 20% increase in costs. That might actually mean why our activities might have gone down in quality.
Joo, kiitos palautteesta. Se on ihan asiallista.
Thank you, Chair, for the feedback. It is good and okay. I would say that this has been the second year when I've been here. Kind of the office's point of view, it went better than earlier. We didn't have such a hurry in the office, but discussions were taken. There's still a lot of development there to be undertaken. And maybe for the next Takiva chair, you can take some news that let's do better next year. Kuraniemi. Thank you, Chairperson. I'd like to reiterate that as Ilmavirta answered the previous speaker that I wasn't commenting at you or your individual actions about somebody having hairy hands. Thank you. We will close the discussion with this final comment and move to decision on the docket being that the Repco decided to approve the budget for 2024 in accordance with Appendix 9. Decided closing item 9 and moving about 11 minutes of meeting break, returning at 12 minutes past 7. Does it seem like everybody is here?
Näen puuttuvan.
I see that at least one person is missing, well, maybe second or third one.
Onko puuttuvista jäsenistä tietoa, missä ovat?
Any knowledge of the missing members?
Meillä tulee jossain vaiheessa.
They'll be coming back at some point.
Yes. Meillä oli yksi työjärjestyspuheenvuoro tässä vaiheessa.
We had a technical request for the floor. Thank you about I know that Kanniainen and Anttila had to recuse themselves. If there are others, they care to note. Hopefully a lot of people wouldn't remove themselves from the room because we have quorum, but it doesn't require many that we will lose quorum.
Ja toinen, onhan kaikilla äänivaltaisilla edaattoreilla
everybody should have their voting slips if you can vote. So you can vote.
Saat ottaa myös pelkän sinisen Vili, jos haluat.
We also put up just a blue slip, Vili, if you want to just vote blue.
Kiitos. Joo, mikäli ei ole lappuja vielä, käykää hakemaan nyt tässä vaiheessa seuraavassa kohdassa, niitä tarvitaan.
Get your voting slips, you will need it in the next item.
Kiitos. Siirrytään kohtaan 10.
Year 24-25. As a result, the membership fee for bachelor and master studies would be €65 and for doctoral students 45.
Antti.
Kiitos.
Want to continue? And chairperson, as a background, Takiva requested that could we have some sort of information on how the board membership fee has developed? This was information that me and the financial director managed to find out. There's this kind of a system where we had, I think, 62.5. That was when the FSHS costs, I think €0.5 are a bad thing. Let's not do €0.5 in the future. But the membership fee, which has risen quite less than 20%. As a background from other student unions, I understand that WHO had to increase by €6 last year for 1 year. So I'd say that we are quite balanced increasing our fees. But nothing else about this. If somebody wants to discuss the membership fee, you may do that or make proposals. Do it now. Opening discussion, and I'd like and proposals for change should be stated at this stage. Thank you, Chairperson. Kuraniemi, Aalto Coalition. In the previous item, Pielman and Ripatti talked about very strongly, and I was inspired that students have lots of money, as everybody knows, and the student union can actually take more and use it sensibly for good actions. So I am proposing that we would increase €2 by €6, so that it would come to €69. Is this seconded? Does somebody want to second this proposal? Ripatti, thank you.
Kiitos. Fielman seuraavana.
Thank you. Fielman next.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja, Fielman votti.
Thank you, Chairperson. Like stated in previous item, and I put a proposal already that we increase it instead of €2, we increased by 12. Even though Kuraniemi said this humoristically, kind of maybe carnivalized it a bit, my proposal is actually serious. €10 of this would be going to investments for the next 25 years. and that we could continue to increase our investment so that our equity ratio would be higher. And then we would inform about it when we decide about the membership fee. AYYE needs to increase its equity ratio through our investments. We want a situation where our members do not need to pay a membership fee, and regrettably, sometimes for the greater good, we must make sacrifices. Thus, we may pay that in the future, students would not need to pay. Thank you. Thank you. Interesting changes in income and equity, but Pollari.
Pollari kannattaa, kiitos.
Pollari, seconds. Yes, Malkamäki.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja.
Thank you, Chairperson. Malkamäki, Aalto Coalition. Yes, it's nice that we have kind of a humoristic content in this meeting. It's fun, but I, as a more managed person, I'd be very critical of these varied requests for increase, even though some might feel that students are flush with cash. I personally disagree. I feel that AYYE social political sector agrees with me in disagreeing. AYY's advocacy is based on facts. Also about this kind of a generational equality point here, that even though it might be a good thing that in the future that you could have a small or non-existent membership fee, this would actually concern first-year students the worst and the upcoming starting students. So in this room we have a bit older people here, so I should maybe hear the younger students and actually take them into account when deciding. Thank you. Thank you, Fielman.
Kiitos. Herra puheenjohtaja, Fielman voitti.
Thank you. To this older comment and the implicit money issue, that I'd like to comment that, yes, looking at my own financial, maybe answering, I'm not a rich man, so I am a person with low income, and I still feel that people of low income could support. So I feel it a bit odd, the coalition's views about this, where those that have a lot of money don't want to support the student union. Thank you. Then Vehkamäki, followed by Ripatti. Thank you, Chairperson. Dear RepCo members, we have heard great Keskisarja-esque comments about students lately, but I'd see that the board has made their grounds for the membership fee for next year very well, so I might say that I will, as a large man, I'm largely for the board's template, urging you to do the same. Greener Aalto. Malkamäki also made a good comment about that older members might have more money, but they also have more loans. Thank you, Fielman, followed by Kureniemi.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja, Fielman voitti. Tuohon
Thank you also to talk about what was said. My proposal takes into account the fact that it takes into account the €2 proposal for the costs, but creates new activities in which the equity can be increased, which currently has not been possible. Thank you. I'd like to remind about the last meeting's voting, preliminary voting on what the student union, do we want to move it, and we got into the direction that we'll have small increases in membership fees.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja Kurenniemi, Aallon kokoomus.
Thank you, Chairperson. Kurenniemi. I'd like to comment Fielman's proposal for the student unions changing to kind of a students investing corporation. If it is something we wish to do, then the REPCO can do different kinds of sensible decisions. And I propose that can propose this in its next REPCO meeting if this is something we wish to do. But I would not see that this proposal that we would ask lots of more membership fees in order for the student union to be able to invest it. I don't see it as smart.
Joo, redaktori Malkamäelle voin vastata.
Yes, I can answer to Malkamäki that as an older member I am ready to answer vote empty by supporting this motion. Point being that let's do the discussion and think about what the framework of the student union is. How do we get a result which will stand the next 100 years? And we don't get the situation where we actually recognize that, oh no, we have to rethink the whole thing. Yes, suddenly the parliament decides regarding, for example, membership fees. We don't want to be in that situation, so we should start planning now. Thank you. Fielman.
Anteeksi, toiminnanjohtaja.
Sorry, Antti first.
Oliko vastaus?
Joo, no
rebuke. Yes, maybe for Pollari as a comment, also about an earlier thing that you asked about the future, about the automation membership. That's an issue which has something that has been in the scenario analysis list for next year. So this proposal is based on the fact that it's practically impossible that we would have changes for next year that would affect next year. But the long-term planning must be something that we need to do in any case. And also on technical side of things, both Kurenniemi and Fielman, that I assume that your proposal talk about post-grad students as well. Kurenniemes does not concern, Fielman's does. And the proposal for change, I hope that how do they change for spring and fall? We'll look at if some of these proposals wins, so we'll see how the dividing is done. Fielman next. Thank you. For the chairperson, you mentioned the vote. Person who was voting, we actually were voting on new activities or more activities that are cause costs and to combat those costs. So we're not actually spending what we are gaining, but we are using it to increase our equity. Kurenniemi, I'd state that the student union already is, how do I state it? Almost kind of a rental by covering costs corporation. So I feel that this kind of expansion, that in the future we can be a student union that does not take membership fees, would be prudent or a good thing that we are quite, we have investment funds, so we are already an investment company. So, taking into account, we are not venturing into new grounds here. We are just guiding the activities to a better direction. Thank you. Pollari.
Pollari skisma vielä.
Pollari skisma. Maybe to Antti, but we have discussed this in the REPCO about the automation membership and its possible removal, and taking into account that when we talk about strategy. But I would have not seen that these discussions would have actually amounted to anything. And in this stage, this is a good concrete solution that the REPCO could give to the situation. Thank you.
Kiitos. Vielä joudun kysymään Kurenniemeltä.
I'll have to ask Kurenniemi that the idea is that we increase €2 or €0 to postgrads. Answer being yes. So €2.
En näe muita puheenvuoroja.
No other request for the floor. So let's start voting for the proposals for change. So first off, we will vote on the proposal for change is against each other, and then the winning one against the board template. Putting that on the screen as well.
Yes. Tässä vaiheessa muistutan vielä kerran, että toivottavasti kaikki
Now I'd remind everyone to check that you have your voting slips ready.
Ja nyt pitäisi olla näkyvissä myös vaihtoehdot.
You should see the voting options. Well, so blue.
Kurenniemi
€6 increase to the membership fee and €2 increase for doctoral students.
Kurenniemen esitys tuli ensimmäisenä.
Some kind of point of order, the interpreter could not hear it.
Oli aikaisemmassa kokouskohdassa esillä, mutta sitä ei siinä vaiheessa pysty vielä ottaa käsittelyyn valitettavasti. Eli sininen
€12 increase was mentioned in the previous item, but we couldn't make a decision back then. Yes, and the red option is €12 raised by Fielman.
Valkoinen on tyhjää.
And white is empty.
Valkoinen on tyhjä, eli et äänestä kumpaakaan vaihtoehtoa.
Yes, white is empty, that you will vote for either.
Eli täsmennyksenä nyt äänestetään siis nämä muutosesitykset vastaan.
We will now just vote these against each other, and the one who wins this will be voted against the original proposal, which is an increase of €2.
Mikäli ei muuta kysymyksiä ole.
Even no further questions, please vote now.
Sininen voittaa.
Yes, the blue prevails.
Ja tässä kohtaan seuraavaksi.
And now we will vote Kuraniemi's proposal against the board's original proposal.
Yes. Seuraavassa äänestyksessä.
Okay, here blue is the board's original, an increase of €2. And red is Kuraniemi's proposal, a €6 increase, €2 for doctoral students. And white is empty once again. Please vote now.
Sininen voittaa äänin 25.
Yes. Blue prevails 25 votes.
3. Loput tyhjä. Näin ollen hallituksen pohja.
Then yes, the board's original prevails.
Siis päättämään ja edustajista päätti,
We will decide, and the decision is that the membership fees for the academic year 2024-2025 are as follows. Bachelor and master level students, so that is degree students, entire academic year 65 euros, and doctoral students, entire academic year 45 euros.
Kohta 10, siirrytään kohtaan.
Closing item 10, moving to item 11, filling vacancies in the finance board.
Kunnan sääntöjen mukaan talousjohtokuntaan kuuluu puheenjohtaja mukaan lukien.
The finance board consists of 8 to 10 members, including the chair. At least half of the members must be members of the student union.
Edustajisto valitsee talousjohtokunnan.
Council appoints the members of the finance board on the proposal of the board for 2 years at a time.
Ja tässä näin. Päästän Kivimäen seuraavaksi.
And Kivimäki will present this.
Nappi ylös.
Noniin.
No, nyt on
Ehkä nyt kuuluu, joo. Eli tässä nyt ensin koosteena.
Yes. First are regulations about the composition of the finance board, stated in our constitution.
Talousjohtokuntaan kuuluu puheenjohtaja mukaan lukien 80.
So including the chair, it has 8 to 10 members, and at least half of them must be members of the student union.
Ja sitten vielä ehkä poimintana edustajisto valitsee hallituksen esityksestä puheenjohtajan talousjohtokunnan.
The council appoints the members of the finance board and the proposal of the board for the time, and that will elect the vice chair and also secretary.
Tai sen jäsenen tai
And the representative council decides to discharge a member if the member resigns. Then we will have a new member or a new board to replace them.
AY:n säännöissä edustajisto.
According to our constitution, the representative council's task is to appoint and discharge from liability the members and the chair.
Tässä PowerPoint-esityksenä sama esitys, minkä saitte liitteenä.
There's the same PowerPoint presentation that you already been sent earlier. So we confirm the entire composition each year. Here bolded, we see the chair.
Ilmoittautunut että on käytettävissä myös tänä vuonna. Lippo on nyt ollut muutaman vuoden puheenjohtaja ja pitkäaikainen myös sijoitusjaoston puheenjohtaja ennen kauttaa puheenjohtajana. Meillä on jatkamassa kaudella asiantuntijat.
And we have to continue as expert members. Eva Ahdekivi,
Risto Mustaniemi, Petri Valkama.
Koskinen, Risto Mustaniemi ja Petri Valkama.
Uudeksi jäseneksi tämmöisellä
and for
mitä talousjohtokunnan puolella on valmisteltu.
New members.
Saatiin Lea Tolvas.
Lea Tolvas.
Ja tämä on hallituksessa
new member.
Hyväksytty, eli meidän alumni, Aallon alumni 2
alumnus.
Lea on myös
and Lea is also Ylvas CEO and who's Chief Financial Officer. So with this experience she has, we are very happy that Lea will join us as an expert member.
Täällä vahvistetaan tänään. Meillä jatkaa kaksi jäsentä opiskelijajäsenten puolelta asukasjäsenenä.
The student members will continue. Henri Anliinpieti as a student representative, a residence representative, and Sampo Sainio.
Sofia Tynkkynen vahvistettiin
and
ehdokkaana. Eli
Sofia Tynkkynen was also verified as a resident representative. And Antti Henriksson as AYYE member. These terms are for 2 years. And the terms ending, we have Jussi Valtonen, our long-term expert member, Milli Leinonen, AYYE member, and Perttu Antikainen, AYYE member and residence representative. So for student members, we've had terms of 2 years. And for expert members, if they have wanted to continue in the board, then we have proposed for a new term, like we have with Eva and Lippo. Risto.
Päällä. Filman.
Yes, Filman. Thank you.
On tullut tämmöinen hauska case tietoon, että
I've just been informed or I realized that our own constitution makes this proposal illegal because it says that at least half of the members need to be members of the student union. May I ask a question? The Secretary General, is this condition fulfilled?
Mielelläni laajemmin tähän kokonaisuuteen kohta, kun olet pitänyt puheenvuorosi loppuun.
Answer this once you have finished your speech. There are other questions as well. I think this condition is not met because I have checked with Aalto whether Lippo Suominen is a student at Aalto. Have they paid a membership fee? And they haven't. So we cannot approve of this proposal at all.
Niin kuin säännöissä puuttuu tämä velvoite puheenjohtajaan, niin meiltä löytyy tämmöinen hieno valtioneuvoston asetus 15.10.
We have a decree by the Finnish government for 2009 where it says a decree regarding universities, section 3, for financial bodies in universities. They may be handled in a body appointed by the representative council, and at most half of them can be outside the student union, but the chair must be a member of the student union. And if Lippo Suominen would be a member, well, he cannot be a member because of the equality principle. So I think this is kind of a blatant disregard of our constitution of having this person as the chair of the financial board. So this cannot be approved when we look at our own constitution and the Finnish legislation. So does board have an alternative to this proposal, or is this actually the board's proposal? Because then we have to select a chair or someone else than Lippo Suominen, because the chair needs to be a member of AYYE. And we also would need to have a 5th AYYE member there, unless one of the older members continues their post. Thank you. We can comment on these many issues. Along this long speech, yes, if we start from how we have interpreted the constitution and the legislation, historically we have elected using the same process, the composition for the financial board, as long as our collective memory extends out to, and we have interpreted in such a way that Lippo Suominen is a student because they are completing courses at Aalto. That they are an Aalto student. This is what we have done before. And the current constitution is challenging because the financial board's operations have been established to be a certain kind and it looks like we need to reword our constitution in other issues as well, as we discussed the last meeting regarding, for example, making it easier for members to attend our reps and council meetings. But also I want, when you said that this is illegal, it is not, because as you interpreted correctly, the government decree, but it also says that it may be a body, but it also may be a body of another kind. It doesn't say it has to be this kind of a body. And it has actually been tested in the administrative court by another student union. So it doesn't say that it has to be according to the decree, meaning that the chair needs to be a member of the student union. And this is, yes, this has been interpreted so in the administrative court. So that is why the proposal is that we will interpret this as before.
Toiminnan katkeamaton jatkuminen.
And also ensure the continuity of the financial board. And we will review our constitution next year so that we don't have to have this kind of discussion next year anymore.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja.
Thank you. Chair, regarding the studying of Lippo Suominen, Lippo Suominen studies at the Open University, that he has completed some courses there. But it's funny how in our own strategy we have no mention of the Open University in this regard, that the person would be a student here because of that. So I don't think this is correct. And what's even better, if we want to keep him as a member, then we would need to have a student union board's decision where we will take this person as a member of the student union. But I don't believe such a decision has been made, even though the person studies at the Open University. So from several perspectives, I believe I have nothing against him personally, but I think Lippo Suominen cannot be elected as the chair at all.
Tässä pitää olla se 5. AY:n jäsen.
Or at least we need to have a 5th AYYE member here.
Oikeastaan, koska kyseessä on laiton esitys, vaikka niin kuin muuta siitä.
It is an illegal proposal, even though you say it isn't.
Esityksiä tarvitsisi pitää, niin tällaisenaan tätä ei voida hyväksyä.
So it doesn't even kind of need a counter proposal since it's illegal. I also demand for appeal on the decision, and I will be taking this to court if you decide to go according to this proposal. Yes, it is not an illegal decision. It's an interpretation of our own constitution in the same way as we have interpreted them for at least 10 years now. And I think that this previous court case is also very important here, and that's why the proposal remains the same. But then we will review our constitution next year so that there is no need for this kind of interpretation in the coming years.
Kyllä näen asian myös samalla tavalla, että siinä vaiheessa kun ollaan toimittu pitkäaikaisesti.
Yes, so I've done this for several years now. It has become established practice.
Joo, kiitos puheenjohtaja.
Kyllä poikalus.
Ehkä silleen ilman oikeusuhkailuja, niin mä oon ehkä periaatteesta tästä tosin Emilin kanssa samaa mieltä siitä, että
on principle I agree with Emil, because I don't believe that this decree or constitution has actually meant that its purpose would be that the degree students are in the minority in the financial board, because I think that it's very important that there is a balance between the expert members and student members. And in similar bodies, this has been done. There are students represented there and also led by students with the support of experts.
Saada käyttöön ilman sitä formaalia PI-titteliäkin. Eli
so you can get these kind of expert opinions even without them being chairs for the body.
Muuttamassa, mutta itse haluan tänne kuitenkin vielä, kun aikaa.
Still want from this time with the representative council before our term ends to voice my opinion on this.
Muutosehdotusta, jossa kyllä tämä ehdotus hyväksytään tänään, mutta
and I have a proposal of a change where we will approve this proposal but also oblige to bring to the student union a report whether AYYE actually works according to the intended purpose of the decree and of the constitution when they do not appoint a student union member in the way stated in the student union constitution. I think this should be also formally written down. This is a very important body and it has next to none connection or contact with the representative council. I will not be taking this to court, but otherwise this is what I think.
Ennen kuin mä päästän Antin varsinaisesti
as the chair of the board can answer.
Haluan kommentoida sen verran, että
comment that
hallituksessa allekirjoitetaan oikeastaan kaikki, mitä Ylä-Poikelus juuri tässä sanoi.
The board pretty much agree with everything that Ylä-Poikelus just said, but I also want to say that because of the time for these residence meetings, we also received this list only this Tuesday. The board received the list of these people only this week and only had this discussion this week. And the same kind of themes as what Ylä-Poikelus mentioned, that having making a report looking into our current interpretation of our constitution sounds to me a very smart thing to do.
Ja yleisesti myöskin hallituksen henki on ollut se, että kompataan siinä kyllä toiminnanjohtajan ja puheenjohtajan.
But with the board, we also often agree with the interpretation of the chair of the representative council and the executive director, so that we would not go against the spirit.
Maybe if I can give some more insight, like Ylä-Poikelus stated that what I was proposing that might have been a formal write-up that we will look at the spirit of the regulations to actuate with actually what the letter is, and if there's the discrepancy, we will of course reassess the situation. But again, about what the financial board's situation, remember that the financial board does not actually have any power to actually make decisions. They can propose things to be approved by the board or the RepCo, but the financial board does not actually make any decisions as per se. So there would just come maybe proposals that we would not just approve. I think the Universities Act states actually regards organs of trust which have decision-making power, whereas the board, in this case the financial board, being a kind of an advisory board.
Meidän niin kuin hyväksi.
Kiitos. Seuraavaksi Pollari ja sen jälkeen.
Next up, Pollari.
Voidaan ottaa filman tässä vaiheessa sitten.
Take filman at this stage then. Thank you, Chairperson. Ilmavirta that breaking the law is not the justification for breaking the law. That you talk about long-term traditions, I would state that earlier there was the requirement that the chairperson was an AYYE member, and this has been stricken later, so no long-term manner of operation does not exist. So originally the chairperson was, according to our regulation, an AYYE member. Oh, interesting to hear that this would be a long-standing tradition. Yes, long term and long term. As I understand that people who have been in the house here in this room, the TEK board member has been, chairperson has been a professional member. About breaking the law that you stated, I still feel that you have your own interpretation of whether or not we are breaking the law. And to my interpretation, we have a good precedent on this matter, which means that we've had judicial discussions that is this organ of trust, doesn't it have to follow the act? There is a precedent that no, that you are stating that this is breaking the law. This is just your opinion or your interpretation of the subject. Maybe as a clarification, that your answer is that the decision does not concern the financial board. What I could talk about or interpret about the precedent is that a student union can have committees which follow that, and some others that don't. It's basically down to us to decide. It was clearly in the court's decision.
Määttä ja Ollikainen sen jälkeen.
Määttä followed by Ollikainen.
Noniin, Määttä, Vihreämpi Aalto.
Yes, Määttä, Vihreämpi Aalto. Yläpoikennus may be discussed towards a correct side that we talk about a precedent, that what does the representative council feel that who should be sitting as a chair. That's why we are voting on these individuals. So when we're talking about technicalities and our own regulations and their interpretations, I feel that here the actual why.
Onko meillä mahdollisesti?
Toimiiko lomake enää tänä vuonna, mutta mä voin lähettää sen vaikka tonne, saatteko vaikka sieltä edustajisto keskusteluryhmästä sen mahdollisesti talteen, se on sen verran.
Lomake oli noita linjapaperin muutosesityksiä varten.
Joo.
Jos laitat sen tonne ryhmään, niin sillä. Ja Adriansa oli kannattamassa.
Joo, ja mulla oli sellainen pieni puheenvuoro lisä tuohon aikaisempaan, kun puhuttiin siitä, että onko niin kuin talousjohtokunnalla valtaa, niin ihan siellä samoissa säännöissä todetaan päätösvallan osalta, että talousjohtokunnalla on myös päätöshallinto- ja toimeenpanovaltaa niin kuin tuollain periaatteellisella tasolla. Että se, miten sitä käytetään, on toki eri asia, mutta en ihan pelkkänä neuvoa antavana elimenä sitä itse pitäisi. Siellä kuitenkin tehdään pohjaesityksiä asioihin, joita muiden niin hallituslaisten kuin edaattorien on hyvin vaikea lähteä haastamaan, koska ne ovat kompleksia kysymyksiä.
Yes, hetki. On vastaukseksi. Joo, klikkaa vaan.
Täältä väliin työjärjestyskommentti OPSin suuntaan, että tulkkaus ei toimi tällä hetkellä.
Joo, nyt interpreter is back online. We were kicked off from the Zoom.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja.
But now we're back.
Aallon kokoomus. Ensin tällainen tarkentava kysymys tähän
Clarifying question.
esitykseen, jossa Antti Henriksson valitaan talousvaliokunnan puheenjohtajaksi, niin pysyvätkö nuo henkilöt silloin?
If we elect this person, will these other people stay the same?
Kiitos. Eli
Okay.
tässä tapauksessahan Filman esittää, että talousjohtokunnan kokoonpano olisi
Spielman is proposing that we would have a interpretation that be illegal according against the regulation, but my original actual question here is regarding the new proposed member Lea Tolvanen, who I know as a positive and stand-up person. I would like to ask the board or somebody else, representative of the student union, it stated that there's no conflict of interest in acting with the financial board through her work or personal life. Our expert member recruitment has always happened within the financial board, so that there has been proposed for a candidate, and we've chosen the direction where we choose, and the current chairperson Lippo Suominen has been chosen to interview and to negotiate with the first candidates, or with the one candidate, and then Gatolvas was the first candidate, and actually considered this for a long time and discussed internally and asked that does who have anything to do with this kind of comment-wise or interest or conflict, and they have evaluated themselves that in this organ of trust we don't have any business relations here or business activities here, be it in their own family or something. That's something that we haven't done these sort of evaluations. Undertake these, but of course we have situations where people might recuse themselves quite often. That is something that's very everyday to us. That maybe in a real estate sale that have been participating in competitive tendering, so they might recuse themselves from an item. I do not recognize these, but to the extent of which what the board chairperson of the board has done this mapping or the board hasn't done. I know that Lea asked her family for the permission. I don't know why, but she has done that. And she has done a lot of evaluation for her capacity and capability. Thank you, Vehkamäki.
Puheenjohtaja, hyvä
Thank you, Chairperson. Dear Representative Council. Three-pronged points. First of which being that good point about does Lea Tolvas have a conflict of interest? It's a good thing to discuss. That has been done. I feel also that to start with, Hy or Ylva are not competitors of AYYE, and as Monica stated, that I trust an expert's ability to recuse themselves, and which, like Monica stated, happens. As second, I'd like to refer to the 33rd part of our constitution, which states that the REPCO will choose a chairperson for the board. It has not been explicitly stated, but I feel that the essence of that the board will propose and the REPCO will accept or disagree, but will not do 5-do chess with abacuses and the members of the board. My third prong of my three-prong point is which has to do with usually these nominations, good manner of governance. If something is done, we have a few hundred millions of ownership. If we have an organ of trust that advises us on how to spend and use those millions, it's a large task. So I think it's actually good that we can check that it's okay if we make you the chairperson out of you. If we'll start to do a chairperson, maybe we could call Antti that are you busy or are you available? Thank you. At this stage, I will ask Fielman, is according to the proposal for change, has the candidate for chairperson been asked about whether or not they want to even be chairperson?
Ei ole.
The chairperson, no. I sent a question to him right now.
Yes, no, jos tässä tulee muita...
Yes, if we have other requests for the floor, okay.
Henriksson toi käytettävissä, mutta sanoisin, että...
Available, but Vehkamäki stated that we don't play 5D chess with these nominations. I would urge, because it states that it says in the regulation that we appoint the board according to the proposal. Currently we have 3 proposals for change, all of which have been seconded. We're voting against each other if no other requests for the floor have been stated. The winning proposal will be voted against the board's template. Please state your technical point. Thank you. I propose that we table the matter. Will this be seconded? How many do we need to table a decision?
Onko puheenjohtajan tulkinta, että asian...
The chairperson's interpretation that we can table it before final decision, or can we actually table when we have started voting?
Eli asia pöydätään, se pöydätään...
So if it will be tabled with before proposal for change votes. Based on which regulation of our constitution? My own interpretation of the constitution. Here I am checking that is there the opportunity in personal choices to table these choices?
Pystymme pöytäämään tämän
So we may table this if the representative council wishes to do so. I propose that the order is that first we will vote about the tabling. Technical point. Thank you. Shouldn't we don't vote about tabling, but five people will second. And then we will table it. But the tabling is not actually a voting. We just need 5 supports. Sorry about my unclear word choice. So reiterating, we'll handle the tabling like Vehkamäki stated, requires 5 RepCo members per second. If this does not happen, we will move to the voting. Filman. Filman did not have a microphone, so I have no idea what he said.
Kiitos.
Thank you. In this stage, if we have a retraction for the tabling, do we have other proposals for change? If no proposals for change are being made, we will move to decide. Thus, maybe we negotiate a bit.
Annamme hetken aikaa mahdollisuuden.
To give the opportunity for the board to negotiate with the financial board. Ollikainen, let's take a request.
Kiitos.
Thank you.
Siirrymme tekniselle
We'll
kokoukselle.
move to a technical break from which you cannot remove yourself from the room during the technical break.
Force majeure tilanteessa voimme neuvotella.
In a force majeure situation, we may talk about the right to remove yourself from the room.
Okei, anteeksi. Käytämme ajan oikein hyväksi tässä vaiheessa. Saisinko hetken?
And we will utilize the time. Can I have your attention, please?
Anteeksi.
Sorry?
Mä en kuule ja ehkä hyvä niin. Kiitos. Kokouksen jälkeen.
After the meeting, we will have some after party at Keto. I'd like to have a show of hands vote if you are coming. We know how to order pizza.
2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 24, 25. No, hallitus pääsee mukaan nyt.
25, so.
Pyydän varapuheenjohtajaa lähestymään.
Requesting the vice chair to approach.
Mikäli ensimmäinen varapuheenjohtaja kerkee kauppaan, niin kyllä on.
If we have time to go to the store, then yes.
Merkitty jonon. Yes, Ollikaisen puheenvuoro vielä.
Kiitos.
Ollikaisen's request for the floor. Thank you. I'd like to ask that what does it mean to you if the financial board is not elected? Will it cause a lot of trouble? Because my own first option would be that we would return it to preparation and bring forth a decision where the composition would be in accordance with this. How do I state it with sense? But my own point is not to cause trouble for the student union in its activities.
Oma kanta on se, että
my own stance is that it would be quite challenging if we are taking quite a large risk if we have a student in charge of the financial board. If we want to do so, then in the board and the repco, that's kind of the biggest challenge that I see, that in this changing situation we wouldn't have a Antti is starting at the start of the year, and they have a good experience of the financial board and the importance of the financial board, that also the chairperson can take a stance, which is hard for students. But what kind of situations would we practically have? This is an advisory board, so we in January wouldn't be in total dire straits, but wouldn't be easy. I have my own opinions on how to operate, but I won't open them up more at this stage yet. Thank you. Ilma Virta Ollikainen, followed by Fielman. I'm trying to state to Ollikainen my own answer. I understand it would go so that if we don't choose a new one, it will be returned to the next representative council. And until then, and next repco will at some stage choose. The board would be in a kind of a limbo where they can act, but it wouldn't be very advisable to do very binding decisions at the time. So in practical matters, it would be that the old one would continue until the new one has been chosen, but this interpretation is not something that we haven't done previously lately, so we don't really have an easy answer to what happens next. Thank you. Interpreting what you said, that the financial director says that we are advisory, and now that the executive director talked about making decisions, that it would be in a limbo. So these are kind of a problematic. But if this would be returned to preparation, then in the preparation we could actually find out who the chairperson could be, that it would be a student who would know what they're actually going into. Talk about the chairperson's role. Is the chairperson not the chairperson? They don't have a veto in decision making. If they make decisions, or do they do decisions? Maybe I would like some clarifications for this point of the committee or the board. Yes, quickly before I will let you continue, as an intermediary comment, the fact that we had a very short discussion outside the door and I decided so that our template will be Oikeluks's proposal for change, which is on Telegram and hopefully on the screen. But I will hand the microphone back. Next. I can maybe clarify that I would interpret the rules so that if you table a decision, it means that we will not have a financial board on the 1st of January. We don't have a chairperson, but we don't have enough members because of a challenging question. I don't know how Ollikais's request that we bring forth a proposal according to the regulation. What does it actually mean for our operations if we table this? Thank you. Ilma Virta next. I'd like to reiterate my statement for Ollikainen. I meant that the financial board hosts official meetings and discusses official things and gives suggestions. So they should not give official suggestions if they have not been chosen. That's who is sitting there. So you may call them via phone and ask for things, but they don't have any kind of formal power. But until we choose a board. Followed by Henriksson.
Joo, kiitos. Ja tuli kyllä
Yes, thank you.
hyvään paikkaan.
Had a good break.
Hyvä kysymys, koska tiedän kanssa.
That's a good question because I know that suddenly if we make any changes, it would mean that it would be very, very difficult start of the next year. We would make a nomination.
Kiitos.
Filman's first proposal for change, second proposal for change is eliminated because the person requested for chairpersonship is not available. Yes. So Monica's comment about role of chairperson. I state that the Repco board chair and the Repco chair has been chosen on a free vote. And Olikainen's comment and seconding that. The task of the chairperson is to lead the meetings and to send the meeting invites. It's good that if this person has good knowledge of the subject, but otherwise their role in the financial board isn't very that special. So thus, there's no risk that AYY's member would be leading and chairpersoning as long as we have at least half would be these expert members. And as stated, this assistance is still available, so I don't see risks here. But I would ask about the individuals who have been in the financial board. How have you done these meetings? Because how often have you had meetings?
Käytännössä kokoustettu niin 8 kertaa vuodessa.
8 meetings per year.
Ennen edareita, eli että ollaan pystytty käsittelemään kokousasiat ennen edustajista tulevia asioita. Eli kohtuullisen aikaisessa vaiheessa kuitenkin päästään. Talousjohtokunta pääsee.
Quite early, so that the board can have these meetings quite at an early stage already.
Liittyvä viimeinen puheenvuoro ja sitten
last request for this.
Pollari ja sen jälkeen.
Ripatti Pollari and the last requests during this.
Board wants to reply.
Sellaisena lyhyenä kommenttina tähän,
yes,
että eipä
quick comment that
usein mitään ole, niin meillä on ainakin jo tiedossa, että
when you said that there isn't that much substance in the first representative council meetings, but we know that there will be decisions related to the student center, for example, which are major decisions.
Toimiva talousjohtokunta.
It'd be nice to have a functioning financial board by that point. Ripatti from Vihreämpi Aalto, a quick comment. I think the start of the year is the toughest and most busy, the busiest time of the year for the representative council. A lot of talk about that AYYE should do extensive and rational, sustainable investment activities. And the chair uses quite a lot of preparatory power, also brings their own perspective forth. It's not just convening the meeting and handing out the floor. The chair does other things as well, even if it's not officially so. We have a lot of competent experts in our financial board, and no offense, but I wouldn't want to see one of our students being there as the chair. I want the actual financial expert be there as the chair. Thank you. Thank you. Pollari ja yläpoikkeus.
Pollari skisma. Ehkä pari kommenttia siitä, että
few comments.
Sehän, että miten kelle me annetaan tämä maaginen puheenjohtaja.
We will choose to give the mantle of the chair. Doesn't really define how the operative actions go there, because everyone can propose topics, issues, It just depends on what the operating culture of the body in question is like. And I'm quite certain that we also have students who can fill this position.
Jos tämä on tällä tavalla tämänhetkinen toiminta sellaista, että
if this is the way they operate, that they have more responsibility, then maybe a bit more than students can chew, but then we need to have some other kind of body. We need to reconstruct it. And last comment, if our student will be disintegrated into cosmic dust right at the moment when we don't have the financial committee, we can still have a meeting on the 28th of January until the end of that month. Thank you. I'd like to remind that maybe extra meetings are not the best way to approach this, and maybe it's not very nice to give this to the European Council, this issue. Thank you. I want to thank the board and the office for this good proposal, for adopting it. I have 2 points to make. I agree that it's extremely important that we have this body that is fully functioning at all times, because we have seen this, for example, 2 big events that had an impact on the economy, with the COVID pandemic and the war in Ukraine. So that's important that we have this kind of a body that is always there, always functioning. Secondly, I want to say that we have foundations and funds here in a student union. We can also ask tips how they have operated. But yes, I'm for this original proposal to appoint it according to this proposal. Thank you. Now we'll close discussion. If no one wants to reply.
Siirrytään siis päättämään. Meillä on...
So we will move on to the decision. And we originally had 2 proposals for change. The board adopted Yläpoikalusi's proposal, and that is now also the board's proposal since it was adopted.
On nähtävillä. En lähde lukemaan nyt koko tekstiä.
I will not read it out loud. You can see it here. I'll give you some time to read through it.
Tulkitsen, että edustajat ovat päässeet tutustumaan pohjaesitykseen.
Apparently, people have now read through this, and yes, the proposal for change red is to return this back to the preparatory work, back to the board. And blue is this proposal, this new proposal adopted by the board. Please vote now.
Tarvitsee ääntenlaskijoita.
I don't think we need vote counters here. 26 yes votes against 2 no votes.
Kiitos. Pyydämme eriävät mielipiteet sähköisesti.
Yes, and we ask you to submit your dissenting opinions electronically via email to the executive director.
Kyllä. Kiitos.
Kiitos sihteerille. Tietää, mitä sihteeri tekee.
Yes, the secretary knows what he is doing now. We'll enter this into the minutes as well.
Edustajista päätti.
Thus, the European Council has decided, according to Yläpoikalusi's proposal, to appoint the finance board for 2024 and also obligate the boards to look into the meaning and legal nature of this decision. Closing item 11, moving to item 12, filling vacancies in the directorate of the fund for the promotion of the Ekkari operations. Toni will present this.
Kiitos. Odotetaan vielä, että ne saa tuon screenille, niin voisit aloittaa.
Yes, thank you. Let's wait for the presentation to come up.
Tässä vaiheessa edustajista, että meillä on noin puolisen tuntia kokousaikaa jäljellä. Ja,
to remind everyone that we have about half an hour of the meeting time left. We have 3 very important items still that we need to go through.
Aloitetaan nyt tämä TTR-johtokunnan rekry nopeasti, että meillä on aikaa muihinkin
quickly so that we have time for other issues as well.
Eli tässä on pikaisesti tämä agenda.
This is the agenda, some background information, some criteria, and then the proposal.
Pikaisesti, että TTR tukee
the TTE fund is a fund that supports project events and other operations of Aalto University students. It's kind of operations that are within the Aalto spirit. And here's a more detailed quote of what is AYY's role in this fund. So we elect 4 members. Guild of the Round Tower nominates 3. And the term is 2 years.
TTR:n johtokunta.
Here we have the current one, and will continue from last year to the next year.
Ja sitten meillä on 3 paikkaa vapaana.
And then we have 3 seats open for 2024.
Me ollaan nyt tämä prosessi on, että meillä oli 2 päivää haastatteluita.
We had 2 days of interviews.
Tämä hallituksen pöydälle.
Then we brought the proposals to the board. The board discussed it. Made its own proposal to this RepCo meeting, where we'll decide on it. The criteria for the recruitment that we considered.
Ja artsilaisen niin kuin tällaisen
There's representation from business, arts and technology.
Ja sitten, mutta johtokunta on tällaisen pikkuprojektiteemana halunnut miettiä.
But the director's project team is having knowledge about fund capitalization, so that's something that we also considered during the interviews. Also, knowledge of the IT infrastructure was considered positive. The directorate wants to update its website. And there was also considered links to the KY Foundation to confirm about our common practical issues. And also in general having extensive knowledge and connection with the volunteer field. We had 11 applicants this year. 2 of them applied for the chair and 9 as members. All were interviewed. And all BizTech and Arts were represented. 8 Tech, 2 Biz, 1 Arts.
Ylipäätänsä voin sanoa, että jos olisi ollut mikään muu vuosi, niin olisi ollut hyvä mahdollisuus päästä sinne, kun kaikki hakijat oli tosi hyviä. Ja
usually it's kind of that almost all applicants will get in, but now we had so many applicants compared to previous years that it was very difficult to find kind of a combination that works well. So this is the proposal. We propose Anu Juvonen as the chair, and Rebecca Adriansen, Sampo Sainio, and Tiina Pajukari as members to the directorate.
Yleisesti tämä oli kaikista kattavin kombo.
This was the most extensive option. We considered several alternatives, but this seemed that this was the best one. This fulfills all the criteria and also very representative.
Onko kysymyksiä?
Any questions about this?
Adriansen Kylter-Rengas. Voisin vaan tässä räävätä itseni tästä. Kiitos.
I will say that I'm disqualified to handle the matter because I'm being nominated.
Niin siirrymme päättämään.
Yes, well, if there are no requests for the floor, we can make the decision, which is that the representative council decided to appoint new members to replace the resigning members of the directorate of the TTE fund, and to appoint the chair of the directorate and to establish the current composition in accordance with Appendix 12.
Päätetty.
It's been decided. Closing item 12, move item 13, updating the technical student meeting regulation. Oskari, you may present.
Yes. Arvon edustajisto, moikka.
Representative Council, well, hello everyone. Volunteer field. Talk about this issue. First, I want to thank Kaisu Soljanta, member of the Representative Council, for this template for the PowerPoint presentation. But yes, let's get started. Yes, what is the technical student meeting? Oh, what's happening now? Okay. It decides, it's the decision-making body on the agriculture. And who are members of the assembly? Associations within AYYE that welcome new students in the field of technology. And in practice, what this means that each association decide on this issue related to agriculture, and then these decisions are confirmed by the AYYE board. So they're related to statements related to agriculture, or the right to wear the tekkari cap, or whether a person can use the cap, for example, in their graduation party. This is the kind of imagination what the tekkari meeting, the tekkari assembly could be like, or look like. Then amendments to the regulation, why we are proposing this. This is what it says in the regulations. That them might be decided upon by a majority of at least 2/3. And yes, we decided that we want to change the regulations, so we are looking for your approval to this change. Before the actual change, let's look at this cute dog. But yes, the actual change. So this change is that the members can propose items to be added to the agenda. What I wanted to do this is that to make these operations clearer and more transparent. Because now it just looks like that random proposals just appear on the agenda instead of actually mailing them to the people attending the meetings. It's just to make it more transparent, the process. And because this discusses tekkari culture issues, I feel that the board and other... Yes, that this could also propose these items to the agenda. For example, one issue was the cap wearing right for ISU student union. If you have any questions, we can answer them now. But yes, thank you.
Kiitos. Avaan aiheesta keskustelun. Filman.
Yksi taaksepäin. Joo, ainoa muutos. Eli mennään siitä, että
That's the only change.
esityslistalle mennään jäsenet, AY:n hallitus ja teekkariosto. Ei muuta.
Yes, this change is that the board and members can propose these changes.
Polari Skisma.
Polari from Skisma. The idea of the Teekkari Assembly is that we will not go through Teekkari issues in the Representative Council, but now we have gone through one kind of a meta layer forward.
Omia sääntöjään.
Maybe we could also consider that the Teekkari Assembly could have the right to change their own regulations, that they wouldn't have to have the approval of the Representative Council. This is something that the actual assembly will decide, and that's why I will not comment on it.
Ei muuta puheenvuoropyyntöjä ainakin oman tulkintani mukaan. Päätän aiheesta keskustelun ja siirrymme päättämään.
Yes, I will close discussion and making the decision.
Täysistunto päätti hyväksyä teekkarikokouksessa 2/2023.
So the council decided to approve the amendment to the technical student meeting regulation, decided that technical student meeting 2023 in accordance with appendix 13. Closing item 13, moving to item 14, approval of the third part of the policy paper.
Ne ei taida olla paikalla, mutta otamme Totin vaihtoehtoisesti.
Nea is not here, but maybe Totti can present this.
Joo, hei vaan. Mä oon Totti.
Yes, hello everyone. Totti Korpua.
Vastaava.
Second member responsible for the educational policy in the board.
Esittelemässä. Sitten
Now presenting
uudistamisen tai siis päivittämisen.
The updating of the policy paper, third part, which concerns educational policy. We had the preliminary discussion.
Anteeksi. Täällä piti olla semmoiset verhot. Tässä piti olla semmoiset
We're supposed to have this kind of a curtains here in this presentation, but SharePoint did what SharePoint did and removed then.
Sitä, että mitä tätä nyt käydään läpi.
A bit of the process, I will go through this.
Että mitä hallitus oli mieltä vaivan.
And then we also looked at what the board thought about the proposal of a change made the Representative Council and the Advocacy Committee.
Mitä sitten tämän mylläkään jälkeen.
And then also what's next.
Siellä Insideissa on myöskin. Ja no.
This should be also available in Inside.
Sitten se ilmestyy sinne ihan kohta.
Well, if it isn't, it should be there soon.
Voisiko olla semmoinen nappi, josta aina niin kuin, tulee tää, mutta joo, no niin, eli nyt itse aiheeseen.
Yes, so the actual topic at hand.
Tosiaan käytiin edellisessä edustajiston kokouksessa.
We had the preliminary discussion in the previous meeting.
Se hyväksyttiin myös tuossa aiemmassa kokouksessa.
Also approved previous item, and the board has gone through, yes, they've approved the preliminary discussion, and the board has gone through this proposal for change, and also the advocacy team. Thank you for all the proposals.
Kävimme niitä perusteellisesti läpi, ja nyt meillä on sitten
and we went through them carefully, and now we have the board's new proposal
tässä ja muutosesitykset
for the policy paper.
Kanta niihin on sitten koottu tähän PowerPointtiin. Ja
and the board's opinion on the proposal for change are also can be seen in this PowerPoint presentation. So today the goal is to have this approved. Hopefully we have enough time.
Hyväksytty.
So already two parts of the policy paper have been approved. Now we'll talk about the decision making at the Aalto University: teaching, feedback, course arrangement, workload and flexibility of studies, mobility and studies, languages, structure of the higher education system, funding of education, degrees, student admissions, learning facilities, working life, and technology and analytics. First is the decision making at the Aalto University. No proposal for change for that section. So no changes. We didn't come up with anything new. And for teaching, what the board did not adopt was this addition that teaching should be visible to the students instead of research. So even though teaching is the most important thing for students, but still it should be visible that teaching is based on research and the most current research.
Sitten
So this introduction, we also wanted to bring this forth.
Jokainen yliopistossa opettava käy pedagogiset
University's proposal that everyone who teaches at university will complete pedagogical studies. We did not adopt this because it's not practical at all, for example, for course assistants to have to complete pedagogical studies just to assist on one course. The board also wanted to comment that the university or the school
vielä semmoinen asia, nyt alkaa jo tämä kokous mennä itselläkin sekavaksi.
Yes, now I'm becoming very confused. But yes, there's this comment that the school has the responsibility to secure the level of teaching. In the proposals and comments were repeated the word quality, which is the university's task to make sure that the teaching is of high quality. But we also wanted to avoid a repetition too much. What the board did adopt for this section is that in master's degree, there will be brought forth these opportunities to take part in research groups and also develop capacities to take part in postgraduate studies in the field.
Antaa sitten pohjan. Ja sitten otettiin.
And what we changed is that
opintojen alkuun sisällytetään opiskelutaitoja.
Because previously that learning skills, teaching-related learning skills and capacity will be included at the start of one studies, but the representative also said that this sounds more like an orientation course. So that's why the new word form is that teaching that develops study skills and ability is included both in the beginning of studies and in courses throughout the degree. And for the feedback section, the board adopted
vertaispalaute ei saa olla ensisijainen palautteen
that peer feedback must not be the primary form of feedback, and the assessment of course assignments must not be primarily based on peer review.
Tämä muotoilu oli
had another similar proposal as well, but we thought this word form was better.
Kommentteja niin on kurssipalaute ja
and there's a lot of comments related to course feedback.
Ja siitä, että miten ne kommunikoidaan sitten
and about how the feedback is communicated the next time the course is held. So the received course feedback is reviewed, and the summary of the feedback and the development measures based on feedback are presented to students next time when the course is arranged, and they are publicly available in the course brochure, for example. Then for the course arrangements section, the board adopted the proposal that students are always informed about alternative course arrangements.
Läsnäoloa vaativan opetuksen lähtökohtana on vuorovaikutteisuus ja etototeutusten tulee palvella
oppimisaloitteita. What we change here is that interaction is the starting point for teaching that requires attendance and that remote teaching must serve the learning goals. So with this one to remind people that when there's remote teaching that it also must be of high quality and justified.
Lähetekeskusteluun tulleessa lukijat massaluennot videoidaan.
And then there also is this change that it previously said that mass lectures are recorded on video, but this new proposal is that teaching situations where attendance does not bring significant added value, such as mass lectures, must be videotaped to be used at least during the course. Then there's also about copyright issues. They were moved over from the working life paragraph to here.
The board did not take into its template the comment about individual course organization and aid receiving during courses.
Pitäisi pystyä kysymään ja saada apua ilman, että
you should be able to request assistance without getting recorded. We have a policy on individual course organization.
Ei ole ehkä sen paperin hengen mukana.
So this is a bit too detailed. Then on study.
Että läsnäoloa vaativa opetus ei saa johtaa tilanteeseen, jossa opiskelija joutuu opiskelemaan
interpreter is searching for the
ja muut painavat syyt. Ei saa kohtuuttomasti haitata kurssin
forms.
Suoritusmahdollisuudet tulee
student mission.
Nyt samaan keskusteluun.
Workload and flexibility of studies.
Mitä tuolla edellisessä
is the topic. Similar what was discussed in the previous part. Then the board
ehdotus
approved the suggestions about
muutettiin ehdotusta siitä, että
was changed.
Graduseminaarin keskeyttämisestä.
Students should not be punished for dropping out of bachelor's master's thesis seminar by automatically lowering the grade. It's kind of spiritual point that, like ideological point that actually dropping a course should not affect their grading next time around they will go to the course.
Sitten vaikuttamaan siihen, että jos
we feel that this can be used to affect that
hallitus ei ottanut nimiinsä lisäystä siitä.
The board did not approve that the fact that the course implementation must allow the completion of the course despite military pressure training taking place during the course, applying and that
olla osa suorituksen järjestämiseen ja
one has to
muuhun joustoa, koska
have a flexibility.
Täällä on tää
that we have here the sickness and other reasons. We feel that the conscription and refreshers are an other important reason.
On ainakin niin kuin tai niin, toimii myöskin ja nähdään, että tuo edellinen linja riittää.
We feel that the previous policy there is enough.
Linja siitä, että laadukkaita verkkokursseja
Then we have the policy that high quality online courses and electronic courses assessed quickly must be available throughout the year.
Kurssien pitäisi
we felt that in principle courses should be of high quality always, and electronic exams and courses are not the same.
Tentit ja kurssit ei ole lähtökohtaisesti sama asia. Tämä ei myöskään nyt tullut hallituksen.
This was not approved by the board's templates.
Opinnoissa. Niin,
flexibility in studies. The board did approve. On mobility in study, the comment that dialogue between Aalto fields must be promoted and funding increased in order to increase the possibility to take courses from other schools. Here we left out from the original proposal the funding because we felt that that this section is not where we actually talk about funding. Then we took the addition that students should be ensured the guaranteed and actual opportunity to choose meaningful minor courses. The adequate resourcing of minor subject is a prerequisite for genuine multidisciplinarity. Board did not approve the comment. This was a comment that more clarification on why master studies have much freedom as choice as possible. Why do we need to specify master studies? In general, in master studies, it's generally more difficult to include optional studies in the degree due to degree structures and a smaller number of credits.
Johtuen ja sen takia siihen pitää myöskin
This is why one should always take that into account. And we also had a comment that how has the increase in number of students have been taken into account in the policies. We feel that the policy should work in all situations when the number of students increases or when it decreases. Languages, board took into its name two proposed additions. Slightly modified and approved.
Kaikilla kielillä annetun opetuksen, ohjauksen ja neuvonnan tulee olla yhtä laadukasta.
The quality of thesis advising must be guaranteed regardless of language choice. The university invests in language training for the teachers.
Ja me nähtiin, että nämä
we felt that these policies bring forth the spirit regarding
kielellä olevan.
People should have
eipä tässä nyt kauheasti muuta kuin se, että
well, there's not a lot more than to this. We need to have high quality everything in every language that's been offered. And we should support their teachers in their language training.
Hallitus ei ottanut nimiinsä
the board did not approve the change that we would add Finnish and Swedish speak. The discussion about the prerequisites for teaching Swedish and foreign languages. To use the language as a working language and that online language teaching is a good way to increase the flexibility of teaching. However, online teaching must not replace interactive face-to-face teaching of languages. We felt like we won't start to meddle with language teaching that much on this level of detail that is. Was that it?
Wow.
Yes. Wow.
Meni vähän tykittäen, mutta
went a bit quickly, but we have the form for proposal for change been sent to the RepCo.
Okei, hyvä. Sitten.
Siinä tapauksessa. Tässä vaiheessa voidaan avata aiheesta keskustelu, mikäli mahdollisia muutoksia.
Open a proposal for discussion. If there's requests for discussion, we'll take that and have the proposal for change at the end. Technical form has been sent to you via email and is clearly open because proposals have been sent. Yläpoikellus followed by Fielman.
Oli mutella. No niin, kiitos puheenjohtaja.
Mute.
Ymmärrän sinänsä, että ei haluta yksityiskohtia.
I understand that we don't want to do detail, but I will re-enter those language proposals for language teaching. And I feel that these, especially in the business school, we noticed that they wanted to be stricken from the official courses, so I see that it's a large risk that once their stance is being watered down, it means that we'll have less opportunities in teaching language or learning languages, so it would be good to reiterate this because it's in a separate unit.
Sinne kielikeskuksen suuntaan.
Kyllä. Mahdollisia... Joo.
Pientä tällaista työjärjestyksellistä.
Yes, also a technical point that the presentation was not actually final.
En myöskään ja siis ihan niin kuin en olisi tätä presistä koskaan.
I haven't really seen this presentation, but once that this slide changer did not work, I felt like maybe I ran out. I was satisfied that this was a lot shorter than I remembered.
Vielä on aika paljon kamaa.
Still we have like 7 slides. Take a good stance and prepare for 7 more slides.
Kiitos jo keskustelun aloittamisesta.
Thank you for opening the discussion, but sorry for this. So the next 7 slides. Structure of the higher education system. The board approved the comment about amending the text to clearly indicate that the entry concerns the availability of study places.
Kyse opiskelupaikkojen saatavuudesta. Esimerkkinä oli laadukkuus.
High quality degree studies are available according to the number of applicants. We didn't approve it as such, but specified this policy. The amendment being that high quality degree studies must be available in the applicant's home regions in proportion to the number of young people. We felt that this was adequate.
Ei otettu nimiin sitä, että
didn't approve the comment that Finland should not provide free higher education without any conditions, or the deletion that tuition fees for non-AYYE students are unequal and must be discontinued.
Ja niistä on luovuttava. Ja
university funding must not be based on student fees.
Eikä myöskään muutoksia siitä, että
also didn't take the amendments that deleting unequal from sections that refer to tuition fees for non-AYYE students.
Maininta siitä, että korkeakoulut sais itse.
Or the mention that schools must be allowed to decide on tuition fees for non-AYYE students. In practice, separate fees for business and arts. In degrees, the board did not approve the definition and training. In addition, there are ways to be admitted to university without general eligibility to apply to higher education. Here we can actually, now that the student union movement's policies in general for eligibility, we are sticking to that. Then we took an addition that the extent of the Open University route must not exceed 60 credits and that the share of the Open University path in admission remains reasonable. Well, Aalto doesn't have as large concerns that it would have more and more people from the open side. Then also the addition that master's admissions must ensure a realistic opportunity for career change when the student has the prerequisite to succeed in studies in the field. The criteria for master's admissions must be transparent. The board did not approve the deletion requests for that the students are informed of all the study programs for which they have been admitted, but rather we clarified it thus that we talk about students are informed of all the study programs for which they have been admitted before the deadline for accepting the place of study. We did not, board did not approve the deletion for quotas for first-time applicants and did not approve the amendment for the transfer applications procedure.
Todistusvälineen valintakokeen painotuksiin.
And did not take a stand on emphasis on certificate-based admission or entrance examination.
Oli vielä tai niin, tässä on sitten esimerkkejä siitä.
Then we have some examples. Then the board did approve the amendment, or actually this is kind of an addition, that when building on renovating the premises, there must be facilities suitable for both quiet work and group work. In addition, it's important to have facilities for rest and quieting down on campus. Accessibility and facilities is taken into account. Also took the addition that it must be possible to store personal coursework material in the vicinity of study facilities. Did not approve about learning facilities that the freely available study spaces should be located near subject association facilities, because there are similar entries already included in the campus paragraph of the Aalto community section. We want to focus the fact that teaching facilities come first, then we have student facilities that are located close by. Didn't approve the home bases change to learning spaces, because arts has equipment which simply cannot be used individually without supervision, and that this policy would have made our work a bit hard. On working life, the board approved the amendment addition about AHOT, recognition of prior learning, issues into a separate policy. We also added so that the principles of credit transfer must be based on transparency. Upon request, student must be taught which courses or what kind of competence have been accepted as part of the degree. The addition that appreciation for education is reflected in salaries. We didn't approve that students' opportunity to study are supported despite the duty of national defense. There was quite a lot of proposals pertaining to conscription and national defense, flexibility, course organization. They have been taken into account in other parts. Technology and analytics. Approved the change that course materials are available electronically and free of charge without compromising the quality of the materials. Here we had also, we had quite a lot of quality. Quality is kind of a word that's been bounced around. Here the term quality applies. Now we are actually getting to the final slide. And follow-up plans being that we try to get the education policy section of the policy paper approved, and that through forms, all amendment proposals to the amendment proposals, that this continuation will be easier through that. And on the future of the policy paper, there have been discussion about regularly updating by the advocacy committee, for example, and rather not through as an entire chunk, but maybe one subsection at a time. And that's my presentation. Thank you.
Yläpoikeluksen puheenvuoropyyntö kuultiin jo. Oliko Filmanilla seuraava?
Yläpoikelus, we heard already. Did Filman have the floor next?
Joo, siis kaikki Forbesin tulleet esitykset käydään läpi.
We'll go through all the proposals submitted via forms and the ones not adopted by the board already.
Äänestetään tarvittaessa. Oliko meillä
We'll go through them and vote on them if necessary. Do we have an Excel on the proposals for change?
Jos sopii puheenjohtaja kysyä näin päin, että onko vielä sellaisia muutosesityksiä, jotka...
Do we have any proposal for change that have not been submitted via forms so far?
Mikäli ei ole sellaisia muutosesityksiä, niin sitten varmaan toimitaan, jos sopii, niin samalla tavalla kuin viimeksikin, eli hallitus tässä vaiheessa vetäytyy pohtimaan tehtyjä muutosesityksiä. Ja
maybe we'll do as before that the board will consider these proposals for change and then come back with its own views on them. Filman is saying something, but the interpreter cannot hear it. Yes, the board will now discuss the proposals submitted so far.
Ehkä uskallan tulkita puheenjohtajan kokoustaukomäärättä niin, että siihen asti, että mitä hallituksella kestää...
We'll hold the meeting break until the board discusses these proposals, so don't go too far from this room. Our quorum depends on 3 people, so please try and bear with us until the end.
Kiitos. Hallitus on kerännyt muodostamaan oman linjansa. Käydään tähän
Yes, thank you. The board has now formed its own opinion on the proposals. We'll go through them first, then we'll vote on the proposals.
Joo. Mä käyn
Yes, thank you.
näitä kommentteja.
I'll go through these comments as a whole.
Yksi muutosehdotus.
For teaching, there was one proposal for change.
Sanotaan, että kurssiin
There's a sentence where it says that
kohtuuttoman pitkää kilpailukieltoa tai tekijänoikeuksia opiskelijan työhön. Ja tästä siis pyydettiin, että poistettaisiin nämä sanat.
That in cooperation related to courses, a company cannot require a student to have unreasonably long non-compete term. Here there was requested to remove this unreasonably long. We didn't adopt this because this will concern very many theses and also works in the chem lab, for example, where there's a lot of corporate cooperation. So that's why we didn't think it was good to have that. And second, highlight. So the learning facilities, or no, yes.
Hyppään kohtaan työelämä.
Yes, actually to working life, where we have a proposal for a change, which was presented by Totti.
Eli että tekijänoikeusasiat on siirretty kurssijärjestelyihin ja
that these corporate issues are under here course arrangements.
Kaikkien muiden muutosesitysten osalta nämä on sellaisia
they already are here. The other proposal for change are something that have been brought up earlier and that the board has discussed and rejected. Totti just presented why we did not adopt them. So the same reasoning still stands regarding that.
Siinä vaiheessa saadaanko Exceli näkyviin?
Now if we can get the Excel.
Kohta puoliin.
There should be the soon.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja Himme Voltti. Eli tuohon äskeiseen, niin siellä on vielä tekijänoikeuksista mainittu työelämäkohdassa. Sen takia siellä on
still mention of copyright issues also in the working life section. That's why I added this note about it, actually.
Pohja on silti tämä, mikä on juuri esitelty.
Yes, but still our opinion stands. We will not adopt this.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Käydään nämä saapumisjärjestyksessä läpi.
Go through them in the order that they were submitted.
Ei ymmärtääkseni ollut kannatusmahdollisuutta Excel tai tuossa Formsissa. Joten
I think there's a possibility to add a backer to the form, so we'll have to ask for the backer here now.
Eli ensimmäinen Voltin muutosesitys. Kurssin
first from Voltti.
Ei voi vaatia opiskelijalta kohtuuttoman pitkää kilpailukieltoa tai tekijänoikeuksia opiskelijan työhön muotoon kurssiin liittyvässä.
Yes, here we have the in cooperation with the courses, a company can't require a student to have an unreasonably long non-compete term or copyright on the student's work. Here to remove the words unreasonably long. That's just to say, cannot require a student to have a non-compete term or copyright. Thank you, Filman Voltti. The board said that this would make it more difficult to do a thesis or some kind of else work. This talks about requiring kind of demanding. So if the student wants to kind of take on this non-compete term when doing their thesis with the company, then it's possible. But here this mostly pertains to courses. So if there is a company there, so that the company can require a non-compete term or copyright in the student's work over a course. Thank you. Do we have a bagger for this? Apparently no. So we'll move on to the next one.
Voltin seuraava esitys.
Voltti. Fulfilling one's military service obligation, must not make studying too difficult. Yes, I think we should say here that clearly, that not just to say that for a weighty reason, but rather spell it out and talking about military service. But we do not have a backer for this, so we will move on to the next one. Yes, a comment for a point of order. Filma mentioned about this copyright issues, that they're still in the working life section. We got confused. That confused us because they shouldn't be here. They are not there in the email version sent to you via email. But if you look at the document that is on AYYE inside, they do not. They still have those sections that should have been deleted. I think I looked at the document that was sent via email, and it still has those issues there. About copyrights in the wrong section. No, they are not there. They're just on the inside version. Or yes, I will check if they are there. Yes. Just to verify.
Pyyhin äskeisen työjärjestyspuheenvuoroni ja totesin, että se olikin toimiston sisäinen sähköpostiketju, mutta edelleen...
Yes, that was actually the email sent within the office, but yes, it shouldn't be here. So that's our mistake. We were supposed to delete it. There is the board's proposal that this will be removed or moved to this section. Yes, that's what we wanted to do. We assumed that you were sent the document with these changes. That was our intention. So apologies for a failure here in this version control. Can we actually then get that version somehow?
Kiitos.
The up-to-date version.
Niin siis meillä on olemassa sellainen versio, jossa on niin kuin...
Yes, we have a version where...
Kaikki punaisella, mitä poistetaan, myös nämä siirrot, eli se on olemassa.
A version where we have marked down what we will remove and what we will transfer to another place. So we have that version and we can make it available to you if you want it.
Mikäli on sellaisia lisädokumentteja, mitä edustajistella halutaan vielä toimittaa, niin
additional documents that you want to send to the Representative Council, send it via the mailing list.
Sillä valin siirrytään kuitenkin käsittelemään
Now
muita kohtia.
We'll move on to the next proposal.
Seuraava muutosehdotus. Kun opetuksen
Voltti.
suomi tai ruotsi on myös ruotsi.
Original.
Ruotsiksi.
If the course is organized in Swedish and Finnish,
on aina mahdollista tehdä suomeksi.
Just change it that an exam or a course can always be completed in either Finnish or Swedish.
Adriansson kannattaa. Kiitos.
Yes, backed by Adriansson.
Punainen. Riittääkö, että käydään tästä näin läpi, että mikä on sininen ja mikä on punainen?
Is it enough that we just go through what is the red option, what is the blue option?
Pohjana siis sininen, kun opetuksen kieli on suomi.
So the original is that
Opiskelijoilla mahdollisuus tehdä tentti tai muu opintosuoritus ruotsiksi. Punainen.
when teaching is in Finnish or Swedish, also Swedish-speaking students can complete the exam or the course also in Swedish. But here the change is that the exam or the course can be completed in Finnish or Swedish. So not just Swedish, but also adding Finnish here.
Sininen voittaa äänin 11-8.
Yes, 11-8. Blue wins, so the original. Move on to the next one.
Valintakoe säilyy todistusvalinnalle rinnakkaisena hakuväylänä ja hakijan on mahdollista valmistautua.
The admissions exam will remain as a pathway, etc. To the form that in admissions, both exam and matriculation exam are equal pathways to university, and students will be set in an equal position. But this does not receive a backer.
Mä voin tästä näyttää kelloa sitten seuraavan kerran. Kyllä. Edelleenkään kannatusta. Siirrytään seuraavaan.
No backer.
Kotipesät muotoon opiskelijoiden...
Changing home bases to students' own facilities.
Minähän olen kuitenkin diplomi-insinööri. Että...
Yes, I'm an engineer, so I should know how to use this. So yes, changing home bases to students' own facilities or students' own spaces. Do we have a backer for this?
Oppimisen tiloihin tulee olla ympärivuorokautinen pääsy.
There should be 24-hour access to learning facilities.
Pohjana toimii sininen, eli ei tehdä tätä lisäystä. Punaisena.
Blue is the original, so no addition, and red is the addition. Next, we have an addition. Students should have access to training and the opportunity to use any tools independently. We have a backer for this. And as in the previous one, blue is the original and red is this addition. And the addition is that students should have access to training and the opportunity to use any tools independently. And white is empty.
Sininen eli pohja voittaa äänin 12-9.
Template wins 12-9.
Tulkitsen, että maininnat on ollut tarkoitus.
I interpret that the mentions there. Mentions of copyright will be moved to course organization. Seconding?
Anteeksi, joo. Yes, sitä ei siis käsitellä ja sitten...
So not handled. Addition, the value of training. The appreciation of education will be seen in wages, won't be handled.
Yes, sitten yksi olemassa. Lisäys, maanpuolustusvelvollisuuden täyttäminen.
Addition, the conscription fulfillment And freshers cannot make studies harder.
Oliko se ainoa tuolta riviltä?
Oh, not handled.
Lisäys kotimaisten ja
Addition
vieraiden opetuksen edellytykset tulee turvata.
Finnish, teaching of Finnish and Swedish or domestic languages must be safeguarded. Technical request? Ensuring that these are two different things or...
Kiitos.
Thank you.
Saako tämä ensimmäinen kannatusta?
The first one seconded, Fielman.
Siirrytään äänestämään.
Fielman seconds, moving to vote. Blue being the template, no addition.
Muutosesitys, eli tehdään lisäys.
Red proposal for change.
Edellytykset tulee turvata. Valkoinen tyhjä. Laput ylös nyt. Punainen voittaa, en lähde laskemaan.
Red wins, I won't count. Addition, the course selection of foreign languages must reach a standard that allows the use of the language as a working language. Is this seconded? Fielman.
Siirrytään äänestämään.
Moving to vote.
Sininen pohja, ei lisäystä.
Blue template, no addition. Red proposal.
Vieraiden kielten kurssitarjonnan tulee yltää tasolle, joka antaa mahdollisuuden käyttää kieltä työkielenä. Valkoinen tyhjä, laput ylös nyt.
Vote now.
Ei kun 10:09. 2, 4, 6, 9, 2. Eli tässä vaihtuu äänet kesken laskennan. Yes.
So votes changed during the count.
4, 6, 8, 10, 11, 2, 4.
Koska joku vaihtoi
Malvikko, voitko näyttää? Yes, kiitos.
Somebody changed. Can you show?
Yes, punainen voittaa äänin 11-8.
Red wins 11-8.
Joku vaihtoi ääntään kesken äänestyksen, mutta lopputulos sama.
Kyllä, muutos voittaa.
So proposal wins.
Se oli ymmärtääkseni viimeinen muutos.
That was the last proposal for change.
Kiitos. Siirrytään päättämään.
Moving to decide.
Edustajista päätti hyväksyä liitteen 14 mukaisen linjapaperin.
The Representative Council decided to approve the third part of the policy paper in accordance with Appendix 14, closing item 14, moving on to item 16, other emerging business. Opening discussions by thanking the Representative Council for an amazing year. And I will mention that after this we will move to Keto, to Reiluus, and have wine and pizza. Filman.
Filma voitti, kiitos puheenjohtaja. Ehdotan
I propose a motion that we put AYYE to find out how the cuts to the IT services has affected and will affect associations. Is this seconded? Yes. Will. Can you submit this in writing?
Saiko? Anteeksi? Juu, tässä on
Yes.
Toivottavasti
Luova, hopefully the last time I have to speak into the microphone in the repco. Not necessarily, but we'll see what happens. To me, with the last meeting, for a few here, I'd like to thank for these 4 enriching and good years. Been on both sides of the table. I've had the chance to develop and to develop myself in societal things. And lots of strength to people who will be continuing in the Repco, everybody who is listening, if it's the stream still up. This is important, the student union tasks. What is the term? Development, societal growth and upbringing. This is wonderful, and it works best when people want to be here, and it is challenging. There is no timer. Do good decisions, work well together, and I can comment on stream on what the fuck. Fielman. Thank you for the years. I wish the upcoming represent councils as numerous as I have had. Thank you. Closing discussions before the technical request. Thank you, Chairperson. Fielman's proposed and seconded motion. I'd like to quote Section 20 that when we have a motion, we must always vote on it. Thank you for your point. I was almost dropping the mic, but not yet. We will go and vote about the motion.
Kiitos puheenjohtaja. Simon Votti.
Thank you. A technical request on when we talk about our whole chairperson who has also talked about that we may break the rules. That really it has so that you have not used your right to handle the matter, so you've lost the right to complain about it. Thank you. The discussion was not closed yet.
Fielman, pystytkö toistamaan?
So, Fielman, can you reiterate your motion?
Mä voin täältä toistaa, että se kuuluu mikrofoniin.
Velvoitetaan AY:tä selvittämään,
so let's deem that AYYE should find out how cutting from the IT services has affected and will affect the associations. Blue is for the motion, red is against the motion. White is empty.
Punainen voittaa äänin 15.
Red wins 15-5. Thank you for your comment.
Toiminnanjohtaja, ole hyvä.
Kiitos. Toivottavasti
Executive Director, hopefully that as my last speech I would like to thank you, the Repco, that because you are the one and true Repco, because you voted me for this task. So Godspeed for your upcoming challenges. Thank you. Closing discussion.
Suljetaan aiheesta keskustelu.
Closing discussion, closing item 16, moving on to item 17, closing the meeting. It is 21:51.
Ja päätän kokouksen.
Closing the meeting. Sellaista tänään. Kiitoksia.
Kyllä, kiitoksia ja hyvää joulun aikaa.
Kyllä, hyvää joulua kaikille. Merry Christmas.